Good afternoon. I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy supporting Mind Charity. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and viewers worldwide on a variety of different platforms. Thank you for joining us and thank you for being our very valued community members here on my channel. Thank you for joining us, thank you for supporting my charitable fundraising campaign. Also thank you for being always here with us and supporting everything we do live and air. We already have Deployman here. Hello, how are you doing? And Deployman was telling us a few things on the chat about the recent developments from his end, and we learned that he was not that happy about Destiny 2 and indicated that the armor that we picked up in the course of the Solstice event was less glowy compared to the past, and I just added that it's still very grindy, very similar to what we had in the previous years, but no way to which we can get rid of that lengthy process. And also Deployman's telling us about his phone, and he said that he's let me just see, yeah, our friend said that he just bear with me, I'm losing the chat in here. He says that yeah, our friend said that he had a bit of a problem with his smartphone and had to be getting a new one this week because his Galaxy S8 died while he was working and served him really well for many years, and now he had to get an S22 as a replacement. And Deployman said he was still kind of annoyed by it because it really had set him back to square one as I was trying to get a new PC by August, but I do not think that's going to happen now, sadly. And I was just asking you about the phone, whether he was able to get it on a longer term contract. And Deployman says, yeah, the phone, yeah, I got it on a contract, but I much prefer to just pay the phone off as soon as possible instead of a 2-year thing or so. Okay, well, I'm not sure what sort of contract you have, you know, in Down Under, because I know that we get here quite a good package, and generally it, you know, from time to time they change the preferences. At one stage it was preferable, and that's a few years back, to be on pay-as-you-go because of the obvious. The contracts did have lots of hidden charges and you were being offered things that perhaps you will not be using, and therefore you were just paying for something that was of literally no assistance to you. But they changed, and some of the big companies in here, like O2 and EE, formerly T-Mobile, and you know, all the other ones, they offer packages that are very useful, and they have so-called smart benefits which can be applied. And I've got to say that the deals are very amicable and definitely had been serving me well now for more than 10 years. Previously I was also, well, initially I was on contracts, very unhappy with the way things were. That's about 15-16 years ago. Then I've gone to the pay-as-you-go, which served me reasonably well, and then I've gone back to contracts in view of the changes. I mean, the biggest benefit of being on a long-term contract, to give you an example, I actually had a recent upgrade, and I've been using Sony phones for the last, let me think, 17 years, and I actually just, you know, the tech generally for myself, and that includes the consoles and television sets and videos, it's always Sony. as indeed they have very, very high quality products, and they're very durable. They really don't break down very frequently. And the original Sony Ericsson, which I did have, had served me for almost 10 years, or even more, I think, about 12, 13, let me think, about 13 years. And I never ever had any problems with it. In fact, it still works today if I want to use it just for the basic functions, and it is as good as always. And really heavy wear and tear, had more than 2,000 numbers on it, and literally in operation all the time. Cut and stay short, I've been with Sony Bravia and with the E now for some time, and not Sony Bravia, Sony Xperia, I beg your pardon, Sony Xperia, and the Xperia phone is outstanding. When it comes to the visual quality. So if you are to be using professionally for photography, for filmmaking, editing, anything that requires a very, very sort of high quality resolution, very sharp, razor sharp image, and also color toning and everything else, you'll get that the best on Sony Xperia. Incredible cameras, and the software that comes together with it, certainly it's been with the Xperia now for quite a few years. Previously it costing £15,000, and I never had any problems with any of them. It just worked perfectly, everything as it should be. The only tricky thing with the latest one is that if you're using 4K camera, if you're filming a video, the phone can get really very hot, and then sometimes it would ask for like disconnection, so just kind of literally switches everything off. So that's the downer. But on the other hand, one's got to time it, and if one is taking video clips or making films, then one shouldn't use any other apps or anything else in order to prevent that degree of overheating. But the benefit of it all is if you take it on like 3 or 4 year contract, you get a handset for free. You don't have to pay anything for it, and the handset is worth £1,500. And then you will get all the software and everything delivered together with it, obviously preloaded. The software itself, if you were to be buying it, I'm not sure the price is today, but in the old days it was like exceeding £10,000. It's the professional film and video editing software together with another that is to be used for the editing of photographs. So it's a very, very good pack. And then on the longer term contract, I'm getting a very good deal with the price. The price is significantly lower if I am on a 3-year contract compared to, let's say, 1 year or 18 months. And what's really been very curious, I didn't actually want a new phone recently, but they had increased the packages, the contract that it had on the 1st of April. In Britain, we have like on the 1st of April, the financial year kicks off. And suddenly I realized that if I was to take out the brand new Sony Xperia, I would get it on a better package, which provided me with everything better. So that was, first of all, unlimited. There's no limit to the internet usage. The previous one had, I think, about 200 gigs or something like that. Then the overall rate is about 30% less than the contract that had been, because they increased it by almost 20%. The inflation rate here was like 11%, and they added some other extra cost to it. It's almost 20% up. So, give an example, from paying around £50 a month, you went up to 75 or so. And with the new phone, the new contract would have been again within range of about £50. So it's a no-brainer. It really it serves the purpose, and for anyone who is using the phone for everything, that is the best package and the best offer. Otherwise, one can obviously purchase it separately, and but still, one has to pay for the for the use of the service, one way or the other, and that's exactly where the trouble is. They offer quite a good selection of phones over here, on contracts. No Chinese products. It's just literally iPhone, and then it's Samsung, and then there is Sony, and can't really remember what else. But these are like three top products that they offer. So what our friend says, the plan I have at the moment is like 37 Australian dollars. So I got a 25% discount, and the SIM plan is 60 Australian dollars. Oh really? That's a lot more expensive than us. So you have to pay for the phone separately in addition to your SIM. Because with us, it's everything included. You know, I mean, if you, for instance, decide to discontinue earlier than, let's say, 2 or 3 years, whatever the contract states, I think there's a period of about 2/3 of the contract at which you need to be returning the equipment back, right? But generally, I think if such models are no longer in circulation, then they would not really want that. And he says, I might look into it and see if I can get a cheaper one. The plan is with my current ISP. And he says the Galaxy S8 was made in 2017. Not sure when it was bought, but it was a hand down from my ex-partner. But it was already cracked because of her mother's clumsiness, and it wasn't. It would have lasted even longer. Well, there are lots of issues with handsets, and I give you just one tip. If you buy a handset, you have got to be buying the case for it, and that's the case which is like a wallet. Do you know what I mean? The one which literally has the front and back, so you can close it like a wallet and protect the screen and everything else. It's fundamental that anyone who is in possession of a handset purchases one of these for that handset, because that will ensure durability and it will save a lot of cost. The cost with the glass breaking, or indeed any form of damage. I mean, I'm not really susceptible to dropping my phone, but sometimes there could be, accidents when you are in a hurry, or when you are up and about, sometimes if you're in public transport. And when you drop your phone, the case, which is made of thick leather and has plastic casing and everything, is protecting the phone 100%. Obviously, if you were chucking it or throwing it, then that sort of physical damage could interfere with the functionality of the handset. But I think if you're looking at the top of the range products, considering they're very small and they're very compact, there's no any extra space within the actual product, then the capacity for that sort of damage is minimal. If one goes for cheaper brands, then there could be all kinds of issues. I've never had any problems with my mobile phones. I've had, let me think, the initial phone I had in the early noughties, so that is when the mobile phones were taking off, would have been Samsung, and it worked perfectly. There was absolutely no problem. It was one of the older models, and that was the old gen, pre-smartphones. And then after that, I've gone down the route of taking Sony. So I've had Sony Ericsson initially from about 2003, I think it was, and then for the last 20 years it was just various models of Sony Ericsson, and then mainly Sony Xperia after that. And our friend Deployman says this is the amount of money per month. So if I understood correctly, we'll just have a look at the figures. You just have a look. That's $37 for the phone, and then you've got $60 for the plan. So that's about $100, right? That's $97. Well, it depends, what kinds of contracts they offer, because I've seen in Europe, in some countries on the continent, they offer plans in which handset is paid separately from the actual allowance. They don't offer that as part and package of your contract. I mean, it may be dependent on the number of customers or just the overall rules, I'm not sure. But I have seen on the continent in various countries they are charging for the handset separately. So actually you get it cheaper, but you're paying off the handset as you go along separately from the standard fee for the allowance. In my case, or what we've got here in Britain, for the vast majority of customer contracts, is everything's included. So you get your phone as a gift, and then you get your allowance. Evidently, the gift, if you're well, how about it? Expensive phones or the top of the range phones, they cannot have some sort of allowance which is cheap, because obviously the cost of the phone will be included in the allowance to a certain degree, right? But it's all part and parcel of the same thing. So I'll give you an example. If you went for some less well-known brand, then you could have a contract offered on, I don't know, 25, 30 pounds a month, 25, 20. But for Sony and for iPhone, you won't be able to get that, because the actual package that you get on it is tailored to the phone and obviously the use of the services, and therefore it's somewhat higher. But still, I think the offer for which you're paying just flat rate, agreed, plus VAT, is better than when you have this split. That's just in my opinion, and in my experience as well. I can't remember what it was initially. I don't remember ever, right from the start, paying for the handset separately. I don't remember that. I remember just being everything part and parcel of the same thing. But you know, the big companies, they've got the means to which they get the products cheaper, and you know, like T-Mobile owns the mobile network, so it's not particularly costly compared to other companies for them to be running the network or offering the connectivity. They may have obviously costs related to maintenance and employees, and you know, the usual grist of the mill sort of costs which attach to the running of the business. But for instance, other companies that need to be renting the space on the masts or through the masts, and obviously the bandwidth and everything else, it's a lot more expensive for them. But the big companies all offer this as part of the same package. And our friend Deployman says, I almost never drop my phone. Nor do I. I always have it solidly placed. It's either in my pocket or, you know, on some surface. And it can happen. It can happen when you're, you know, in transit. I'm not sure whether you live in a big city, but when you live in a global capital, when you're constantly traveling, then these things can happen, because you spend more than a third of your day just traveling, and then you're using your phone, right? So you're seated, you get up quickly, sometimes you're, you know, preoccupied with the content that you're reading, and you nearly miss your stop, so quickly get up, and you know, it can happen. Or if it's, for instance, you're holding the phone and you have a few other things in your hand, you know what I mean, which you're using at the same time, and that can also cause the phone to be dropped. It's happened to me a few times. It's happened to me in trains. Like for instance, I was you know, doing some admin on my phone, because I have my phone and the Bluetooth keyboard. I don't actually use the I use the on-screen keyboard for text messages, the short ones, but for anything substantial I use a separate keyboard. And then, you know, it's you got to really move quick, and it's happened to me a couple of times. I had an umbrella, had a bag, I had something else, you know, several things, and then quickly trying to get out and drop the phone. But as I said, I have a very, very good high quality case that keeps it. It's not just like a mask, it's a proper case. It's a, you know, fold out case, so it looks like a wallet. You got also space there for your credit cards or you know, bank cards, whatever. And when you shut it, it's like a wallet. The phone is in the middle, but it's got protection, you know, back and front. The front protection is very, very thick, so it's very, very secure for the screen. And Sony Xperia phones generally have fairly thick glass. All of those I've had very thick glass. The latest one, I've got to say, does not have a one of those, you know, so it's a lot thinner, and that really concerned me, because if you were to drop it, it would crack immediately. Whilst with the previous ones, that definitely wouldn't happen. So what we got with the latest phone is somewhat poorer quality outer casing, but much higher quality of hardware. Very, very fast processor. When you're using it on 5G, it's almost instant, and also the processing power for taking video clips or doing, you know, stop animation, that sort of thing, is really second to none. So our friend Deployman says, for the type of work I do, I should look into a waterproof case. Do you work underwater? Do you dive? Or anything of that sort? Do you work with water? They had, at one time, handsets made by Sony that was specifically designed for the underwater usage. And I had one of those. It was called Sony Aqua. And I have to tell you, you could literally leave it in your sink, and it just wouldn't suffer any damage whatsoever. It was a special kind of casing, and I guess some protection on the inside as well. I've no idea how they created it, but they were selling it, and I remember, I took it after watching an ad I saw in Cineworld in my cinema, so it was quite a few years back, and the ad was about people, going to seaside and maybe Mediterranean or Caribbean somewhere, and then diving and then creating video clips and vlogs, and they tied in the blogging activity with Sony Aqua, and I was amazed. I thought, oh, that's incredible. I take video clips, and took photographs professionally in the past, and I had them published in various magazines and newspapers and online hubs and everything. So I'm well versed with the whole thing. I was a bit skeptical about photography on mobile for some time, but the fact of the matter is the quality of those cameras and the hardware had so significantly improved during the last 10 years that the one I've got now is as good as my old Canon 1D. It's better. It's got better resolution. You've got everything on it which you can literally tweak in manually. And you see obviously the on-screen display, but you will have to have a tripod or a few other accessories in order to make it as useful. It also has a software which is preventing any form of ghosting due to shakes, and it's really absolutely astonishing. The quality is astonishing, and I've taken lots of photographs of musicians playing live on stage, so it's really darkened rooms, poor light conditions, and you really had to be very well versed on how to take these photographs, how to sort of adjust your shutter speed and your exposure. But with these phones, even if you left it on automatic, it's just absolutely incredible. And like 3 or 4 lenses. On mine I have telelens. The zoom's incredible. It's like really almost like a big zoom lens. It's not identical. Obviously, if you've got like a big zoom lens, which is like 2 feet long or 1.5 foot long, it will give you better quality in terms of razor sharp, etc. images. But with this sort of thing, you can even have software which is immediately adjusting and editing any form of element that you're getting. Do you know what I mean? So it's anything which is not quite %, it does it automatically if you want it to be, or if you want it manually, you can. And also the size could be any size. It just really, it's mind-boggling how incredibly good they've become, really. But at the end of the day, you still have the mind of the photographer behind it, and you will need to be able to frame properly and just do the usual. And anyone who has this Sony Xperia, what is it now, 1.4, which is what I've got, they will still need to be using their own signature photographer skills that would have been applied to the old digital cameras, or even the cameras with film. It's all in the eye, but at the same time this really helps. In fact, it's interesting, I talked to Kevin Cummins. He's a well-known music photographer. He documented the music scene in Manchester from the early 70s to recent years, and at one time he was the senior staff photographer and editor at the NME, New Musical Express, the well-known music magazine. If you go back in time, you'll see he shot literally everyone, and particularly the bands which were local in Manchester and Lancashire. He documented their evolution right from the beginning. I talked to him about the preferences, and he said, well, there are pros and cons, and with the old cameras you would get sometimes the effects that probably they're not unlikely, but they're hard to get, because they're not like in-camera effects. You do lots of post-production nowadays with the Photoshop style editing software, and it's kind of easy. If it comes out right with one shot, done deal. You don't have to spend more time. With digital cameras, usually you've got to do touching up. You need to do post-production, and that's very time-consuming. But he said, purely in terms of the economics, in the old days, like in the 70s, the 80s, he would have no more than 4 reels of film. And that was like literally the top. So 4 reels of film was a lot. 4 reels of film if you're talking about 36 frames, that is what, about 150 frames, per gig. And he never used 4 reels like for one session. He would always use approximately 2.5. Taking shots in those days was very tricky because, on one hand, people playing on stage were better illuminated compared to what we have today. So there were more spotlights, more white lights, were easier to take. And he said the benefit of having digital camera with massive memory is you can take as many as you like, and then you can pick and choose. And you still use the same skills, but the very modern cameras, the latest, they will have many things that will help you to take these photographs as perfectly as possible. Framing, the angle, and the mindset photographer still will need to be original if you want to have something that's amazing. But on the technical side of things, to minimize the effects of quick movement in a poorly lit room is something that the tech will help you with. So definitely that's the benefit of having Xperios, and must highly recommend them to everyone who is in the business. And also, the phone just is a tip-top phone. You can watch Netflix and Amazon Prime and everything on it. Very, very fast processor. You don't have to watch it on the small screen. You can plug it into your TV, or you can use the the software to transfer, and you can watch it everything on like 60-80 inch without any difficulties. So. And the quality, sometimes on my previous Sony Xperia, I was taking lots of shots, and then I would sort of check them immediately on the handset. And then later, when I blew them up, they were a lot more remarkable once you watch them on like 60 or 80 inch screen compared to that. And you just see it's the staggering resolution. It's the quality of the image that is just absolutely mind-boggling. And I've not heard from Deployment. What kind of work do you do? Because you said that you're doing something with water. So I was wondering, being in Australia, whether you are doing something which is maritime related, and like filming or taking shots where there's the danger of a lot of water being splashed or onto the phone or something. Gail's here as well. Hello, Gail. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I was sorry to see yesterday that you missed the stream, because you came in literally at the very tail end as we were wrapping up. And yesterday's stream was not very busy, I've got to tell you. It was also grossly interrupted by some problems with my internet service provider. They were doing some maintenance, so I had crashes of my broadcast as well as the router and the signal for my phone. Sometimes they need to do this sort of maintenance, and it just happened to be yesterday afternoon. Generally they do this overnight, but if there is emergency maintenance, that's determined by other factors. And so I didn't have a very enjoyable stream, I've got to say. I had to I actually got cut out about 3 or 4 times, had to restart it, and just altogether that was a major headache. And also yesterday, the charity stream in the US was still up and running, and King Goth Lion, the guy who is one of the biggest Destiny streamers, he's doing a charity stream. So basically, when he streams, then the vast majority of people go to him, and he usually has about 3,000 or 4,000 people watching, and that's part and parcel of his partner stream, where the convention that is supporting charitable causes. So it's like a big business behind it, and although it's being offered as a kind of rough and ready, but it's very, very far from that. So that always affects the number of people who will be coming in and contributing, as they will just randomly go to him, not just because of his title or the kind of experience as a streamer, but it's more to do with the overall interactivity, as lots of people come in and they talk about Destiny related issues, and it's just very interactive, and it's very useful for that sort of thing. And Gail says, I'm really great, and I'm very sorry to hear that. Well, these things happen, unfortunately, and we can't really we are dependent on us accessing the servers. And obviously Destiny, like Apex, like Warzone, is a game that's based on the server connectivity, and if there are problems on either end, be it from the internet service provider somebody's using, or on the server that the developer is using for the distribution of the game, we can just simply grin and bear it. We can't do anything about it. And as you've seen in Destiny, there've been a few problems of late, and we've had these problems across the board. But I think what's been happening yesterday was not really Destiny related. It was more to do with my ISP. As we've gone to Zenith later, in view of these crashes, and he was the host, and then we didn't have any crashes. So I think while there's a possibility that Destiny is affected by the 5G, 4G internet, meaning it doesn't have the same NAT security settings compared to fiber, and therefore could be seen sometimes as potentially risky. There's nothing I can do about this. I can't really change the default settings on the router, which are run by the industry, and they can be interfering with online activity if one is hosting. They warned me about this. They told me that this is just the way it is today, as the 5G, 4G internet is massively developing. This all will be, done and dusted in, I guess, the forthcoming days and months. But it's still there. They fear that there is always the danger of some sort of malignant entity coming into somebody's home network via mobile router, and then attempting to steal the data. How they do that, I have no idea, but they explained to me as to why these settings can't be changed. So the operator is offering you the router, which has got the standard default settings, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't change any of it, right? And those on 5G, 4G in Britain, on any router of that sort, are not multiplayer friendly. That's just the way it is. But at the end of the day, I had a huge benefit from being able to use the router compared to the old wire internet that just didn't work and perform. Obviously the picture and everything we have at the moment is perfectly viewable compared to the previous, which it wasn't. And one of the reasons as to why I wasn't streaming for a while was entirely to do with the fact that I couldn't get better quality internet in my area, and the one we'd had was also decreasing in quality. We have copper wiring, and copper wiring with a huge amount of rain can get affected, and poor quality signal and interferences and all sorts. And I've got to say that I have been skeptical about the 5G, 4G internet. I thought it will not be performing due to the fact it's airborne. There isn't a wire connection between the router and the signal that it's picking up in the air. There are wire connections with the router and the equipment, so it's steady from the router to the equipment. There's no loss of signal. So it's like, in the room, the signal being like a Wi-Fi, nothing like that. But at the same time, I thought because it's airborne, it won't be performing. There'll be latency, there will be, drops of all sorts. I was completely wrong. I couldn't believe how good it was. And the speed I'm getting on it is incredibly steady. Download is between 120 to 250, so that's, solid. And the upload is between 15, 17 to about 30, depending on the time of day. So that's solid, and I can't complain at all. The new equipment that I've got, which has been purchased especially for my streams, Xbox Series S for instance, works perfectly. And in fact, PlayStation 4, due to its processing power and various other things, is now sort of lagging behind. But it's okay for streaming. It works fine as a part of the package. On Xbox Series S, I cannot be streaming due to that Twitch fault that they've still not been able to fix. Basically, the app was previously offered as a separate thing on Xbox, right? And they integrated the app into their menu. And ever since, which was a few months ago, you couldn't get the broadcaster's audio to be transmitted properly. So it comes in and goes and keeps disconnecting. You can't hear the broadcaster. It's like literally like talking in the wind. And then it keeps breaking up all the time. For my channel, this is just unacceptable. Well, for any channel, in fact, but for mine in particular. So obviously, everything I do here is based on spoken word. So, very much of concern. Right. Very good to see Deployman and Gail here with us. Well, I have a few news to tell you. First of all, I sort of changed my routine somewhat. I decided to start my days very, very early, and that's been the case this week. So that's a bit of a challenge for me. I generally tend to be having a different sort of routine where I don't have to be getting up very, very early. But I want to try this with the time that is completely reorganized. My streams are delivered in afternoons. Means if I start out quite late, and that would be sort of after 9 o'clock, then I can't do anything else, right? Because I need to go to the news and look at the postings and what's come overnight, and all of that, and that takes up quite a few hours. And then I have to prepare the online hubs before I do my stream. So I've changed things around a bit, and I've got to tell you that yesterday and today I had a very enjoyable early start. Yesterday it was all about Destiny. I had been hammering Solstice of Heroes, and I managed to really level up to the degree at which the armor is glowing and everything is done and dusted, all the challenges complete. So that was very good. I really enjoyed that. Today, I think if you were here with us yesterday, you would have heard me talk about Ubisoft Plus, right? Ubisoft Plus is at the moment, until the 9th of August, offered on the price of $1 per month, right? Or €1 per month, or £1 per month. So it's a special offer. I think the streaming service has been selling very badly. The price generally is $16.99 in GBP, which is a British pound, and I think that's completely outrageous. It's far too expensive. A lot more expensive by 1/3 compared to PlayStation and Xbox streaming services that have each more than 500 titles accessible instantly. Ubisoft Plus has got just the blockbusters that the company had produced, right? So it's the series like Assassin's Creed and The Division, Watch Dogs and Far Cry. Fantastic games. And some of them, like for instance Valhalla or The Division, they're massive. You can play them for many years, right? And you still have some to do, even when you thought you completed everything. So I've looked it up as the service was launched. It replaced the previous streaming service which I did have before, and they just integrated a few more titles to change things around a bit. So $16.99 was too expensive. Everyone complained, nobody wanted to subscribe to this, so they're offering at the moment on the price of just $1 a month, and everyone who is a member of our community should really step in and try, and that is across all platforms. You can try it on PlayStation, Xbox or PC, and you can't be streaming it directly, so it's not cloud related, but you've got to download the games and then play. What's important is that for the heavyweights, they're literally offering the ultimate top tier editions. So what I did, I told you yesterday, 2 games I really want to play within this month, and hopefully I'll be able, if not complete, but then get very far, are the ultimate edition of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, the game that I really liked from, I played it a bit and looked at the clips and gameplay when the game came out, but still very, very expensive. And I'm not one of those guys who's always diving to get the game on the first day. I'm a collector, and I have an enormous amount of titles spread across different platforms, not just in terms of video gaming, but also with books and videos and laserdiscs and films and DVDs, Blu-rays, and this goes on. And I have that, which is enormous. I mean, if you saw it, you'd be staggered, because I always done what the traders do: buy everything when the prices are bottoming out, right? And that's the reason for that. I purchased everything when the laserdisc market plummeted. I bought 2,000 discs from a shop that was selling them for 10 cents. Before the market plummeted, they were sold on a price between $60 and $300 each. So think about it, $300 for a box set, and then you get it on a price of not 10 cents for a box set, get $5, $6. So that is the way to do it if you're a collector. You've got to sit on it, you have to wait for it. And I know with video games it's not quite the same, as people want to jump in first and try the game and spread the word and experience the buzz and the excitement of the first few days, first few weeks, first couple of weekends. It's the same with films now released in cinema, but for me that's not an issue at all. I just like having these games when they're offered on the best price, and this is why I've got all these titles, right? Played very many over the years. Initially, when the games came out in the 90s on those big boxes for PCs, even if you're buying them second hand, they were still extremely expensive. I remember, for instance, this was in the early to mid 90s. you would have the games that otherwise would cost £50 offered on greatly discounted price in a shop, which was in Notting Hill in London, on the price of 30. So the best I could get for Black Dahlia, Ripper, and for Beast Within, Gabriel Knight, the games I really liked, was 25, and it would never drop below 25 for many years. So really, when we consider that today we can access all these games to the streaming services and we pay only like a subscription fee per month, this is just a joke. It's it's so easy to access the titles and compared to the way things were in the past. And if you go back in time, our friend Deployman will remember that all the reviews, the regular reviews, would have been published in various paper magazines. So paper magazine has only that many pages, and every magazine would be dedicating most of the space to the AAA blockbusters, the biggies. There were lots of interesting games out, not as many as today. So we're talking about a completely different market and completely different state of industry. But still, there were some games that required some degree of attention. They didn't get any. If they had managed to get like 3 lines in small print at the very end of the magazine, that was fine. Everything else was dedicated to the biggies. So, Mass Effect, Halo, you name it, Assassin's Creed. And all the information that you'd get on these games was primarily through the paper magazines, right? And think about it today. Eurogamer, Games Radar, IGN, Game Rant. So many articles published every single day and dedicated to literally everything. So you want to find out more about the indie titles, there's plenty of information there for you. It's gone better, and we can access the titles with the publishers and developers across the board on a completely different level, and we get a lot more information. We are more prepared, and making it more accessible meant many more people playing games, and the whole activity had become more interesting and definitely a lot more interactive. When you consider the amount of time people spend on Reddit, Twitter, hubs run by Games Radar or like for instance Eurogamer in particular, people write the experiences of these games, and many people pop in to various Twitch and YouTube channels, debate this online. It's a completely different ball, and I think anyone who is interested in gaming should join these communities and should try the streaming platforms. And even if you don't like certain games, even you're not particularly drawn to them, make sure you watch trailers, play the game for a bit if you're paying that subscription fee, just to support the developer. Because the company offering the space on Game Pass or PlayStation Plus, they'll see that there's some interest for those developers, and they will be providing them the future incentives to create other games, as we've seen already in the recent past, with some of those guys who became then part of the umbrella network of either Sony or Microsoft. And right, so I'm just trying to tell you how important it is for the Ubisoft Plus to be tried on the price of $1. You can immediately discontinue at the end of the month. You don't have to worry about being charged, but you've got to be discontinuing if you don't want to carry on with a subscription at least 3 to 4 days before the end of that period. Don't wait until the last day when your billing cycle comes up, because the banks submit the requests 3 to 4 days before the actual payment date, right? So you've got to be able to prevent that from taking place. And it's nice and easy. Just click, click, click and subscribe, and that's it. They will not ask you for anything else. They'll probably send you some emails and text messages indicating they're sorry that you're no longer with them and they want you back, and that sort of thing. But it is essential that you try those services. The reason for that is simple. If people do not try those services when given on special offers, the publishers and developers will just withhold those. They will not be offering anything like that in the future, and then we'll lose the access. Delight every weekend on Xbox and PlayStation, Xbox freebies, free weekends, the games which are offered, free play days they call it, and every single weekend I go to the titles, have a look. And I played yesterday a game called Deceive Incorporated, which is a delightful game. I've got to say, a bit intense with tutorial. You have to learn so many things before you enter the game, and you can play the single player or multiplayer or with a team or by yourself. And there's a very, very quirky idea to which you are playing this character who's a secret agent who is changing appearances to something of, not quite like James Bond, but a Man from U.N.C.L.E., somebody like that, or what's his name, Ethan from Mission Impossible, where he will have all kinds of appearances. So you walk around and you choose somebody's body, basically somebody's outfit, and you become that person, and you walk this person who is basically your decoy. And in order to get to certain places, you have inflatables, you have chairs. It's just a lengthy tutorial, but the game's expensive, and it's not really on the Game Pass and offered for free. And if you come in early, which is usually Thursday afternoon, you can play it from Thursday to Monday late. And it's huge. And I've never heard of this game before. I'm not seeing any trailer, so it's probably would have come. It's an indie game, and I just loved it. I thought it was amazing. It certainly the experience I've had would have made me purchase this game if it was offered on a good price. So what I did do was I placed it on my wish list, and I get regular mail shots when any of these games are discounted. So I never miss the actual special offer, and I'll consider what a special offer is for me, of course. So coming back to Ubisoft Plus, what I did do yesterday I played Destiny, right, yesterday morning. But today, last night, I went for Assassin's Creed Valhalla Ultimate Edition. And you know what? The Ultimate Edition is 146 gigabytes. 146 gigabytes. And this is not a multiplayer, it's a single player game. The quantity of content that you're getting in the Ultimate Edition is mind-boggling. All kinds of add-ons, all sorts, from outfits to skills to maps to sub-quests, God knows what. So today, my day started at 7 o'clock in the morning with Assassin's Creed Valhalla. And the game is incredible. Doesn't matter what people told you, it's incredible. It's probably the best Assassin's Creed system that had introduced right from the start. Its complexity, it's based on historic events, the Vikings invasion of Britain, or I should say England, and it follows certain mythical, certain historic characters from that era. Some are fictional, some are real, and when you play it on PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X or S, the visuals are mouth-watering, they're incredible. You literally could just be walking around enjoying the fjords of Norway. They look incredible. And then in addition to that, you have photo mode. You can take perfect photographs, perfect. You can frame it exactly as you like. You have also cinematic mode. So if you don't want to be like a third person, well, actually you will be. You get like a bird perspective, much more panoramic, like CinemaScope type of style. And then again, the system that the game has is very similar to those experienced in Far Cry and Assassin's Creed and Ghost Recon, maybe The Division to a degree, but it's a lot more complex. That game Valhalla has got many different characters and many different sub-quests and subplots and everything tied in together, fighting together with discussions, with cinematics, with cutscenes, with the dialogue, with I guess it reminded me in some ways, I played about 4 hours today, reminded me of Rockstar's Red Dead Redemption 2. You can come in and play a game with somebody. You can play cards, you can play dice, you can do something which is like the games that were originating from that Viking period, 8th and 9th century. So it does have quite a multitude of different ways to which you can engage with the main character, the environment, and NPCs. And it's just my style of game. Really look forward to playing it on an ongoing basis. I play every day, quite a few hours. It's a single player game, so therefore it is very much based on the narrative and the environment and all of your tasks, but the list just goes on and on. I just like the ease of use, and I liked the whole initial section is so beautifully tied in together. And I have to say, I've seen very many games with prologue, but the one in Valhalla is one of my personal favorites I've ever seen. It is very cinematic, it's very dynamic, it's highly tragic, and it's beautiful. And it blends in perfectly with the rest of the story. So if you have a chance, play it or just watch it on YouTube. You'll have some clips there giving you the idea of what the prologue is like. It is incredibly emotional. So when I watched it today on the big screen on Series S, I nearly cried. It was so heartbreaking to see. I don't want to tell you what happened. Don't want to give you any spoilers if you've not played Valhalla. But you watch this lead character as a child, and you most likely to be playing her as a girl, right? Eivor is her name, and she is the lead character in Valhalla. So what happens to her is actually seen through the child's eyes, and it is so well done. Honestly, I can't remember any other game but Mass Effect at times that really drew that much emotion from me. So I'm really loving it, and as I said, watching it on Series S or X or indeed on PlayStation 5 is by far the very best kind of experience. And it's a game that will never get old, you know. It's the complexity of the story. You've seen with some of the older Bethesda games, the graphics perhaps not up to scratch today if you go back 25 years, but the story and the content is, you know, never going to fade. In fact, Matthias reminded us the other day. Matthias, if you're here watching, please say hello. He reminded me of Wastelanders is a game that's Fallout, but it's strategic. What do you call it? Suddenly got a mental block. It's a game to which you can strategize. You know, it's a strategic type of game with very good storytelling, fantastic narrative. I think Fallout did sort of set up certain standards for that kind of game, and they just literally took it a few steps further. So most I recommend it on Xbox Game Pass. We have all three Wastelanders 1, 2, and 3. I think one of them is also delivered as a remastered and director's cut. And you know, these are the games that really excelled, irrespective of the actual quality graphics or something that you can see looks a bit dated. It's the content, it's the story, it's the significance of what you're watching, reading, engaging with. That will be withstanding the pressure of time, and that's really very important. That's critical. As for instance, if you listen to some radio recordings from the 1930s and 1940s, you say, oh, well, yeah, it's poor quality recording, but what's being said in there will always be as pertinent. So Valhalla, highly recommend to everyone, and I will be keeping you fully updated and abreast with how I'm progressing. I had to delete the GTA 5, which I really want to play at the moment. I played it on xCloud a few days back and loved it. Just, you know, on smart delivery, if you've got the upgrade to the next gen, the game looks so contemporary and it sounds so much better. The graphics are state of the art. Just generally, you know, try it if you have the sure you have that smart delivery applied, that you get the latest update. That will give you that quality. But then boy, exceed 140 gigabytes. There wasn't enough space, so I said, okay. I was just in last week, probably will stay, and it does have smart delivery. Maybe it's even longer. I'm not sure. I need to, you know, keep an eye out for this, as I didn't manage to finish the Red Dead 2 in view of its early departure. Again, a Rockstar game. Rockstar's not partnered with Xbox, so you know it's certainly a possibility that they'll take it down sooner than what we all expect. But they also have both versions. You can have one for Xbox One, the other for Xbox Series S and X. And what's annoying is I did play the one for Xbox One quite a bit. I've gone into the third character, so it's, you know, quite a few hours of gameplay. I can't be importing the save because it's a different edition and it's a separate game, and got to start from scratch. Anyway, can't say short, I did manage to liberate space with the deletion of GTA 5 and plenty of space for Eivor and her crew there in Valhalla. So the best way of checking out these games is simply through the cloud. You know, you have a look, and if you like the game, you download. Always make sure you download. Download is providing you with the very best quality, and you know, no major issues then. So just coming back to Valhalla, what I really like is the way they integrated menus and the quantitative information that you're getting in there. It is almost like an educational tool about that part of history, and that is what they excelled in when making Assassin's Creed Origins, and what was the other one? The one in Egypt. Suddenly can't remember the title. Anyway, it's the age setting in. So these ones were also very, very educational, and they had so much content that was based on history and real people and all that's been happening there quite a few centuries back. So this game does have exactly the same. I guess they teased the idea with the earlier editions of Assassin's Creed, the ones which were taking place during the Revolution in the US, and well, pre-US in fact, the the colonial states that existed there, the territory of Canada and the United States, and that also was very well researched. It didn't have the same degree of codex, the encyclopedia on the characters and everything compared to this one, and I just think that these games could be used as an educational tool. They're probably the one, I think it was Origins, was there? Was Origins? Odyssey, of course. Odyssey was in Greece, and they did create a separate section of the game, like a DLC, that's been used in Greece as a tool for learning about Greek history. And these games have got this capacity. It'll just need a bit more work and a few DLCs thrown in. And what better way to learn about your own history if you're Greek, but by going into Assassin's Creed and playing the game? It's extraordinary. And I think many people here in my neighborhood, I just want to tell you this, mentioned that in the past, this neighborhood had seen huge battles between the Vikings and King Alfred. He was the Saxon king who liberated England from the invaders in the 8th and 9th century, and lots of people in my local area, I mean, have plenty of history, captured literally in most buildings of this town. They do not know much about this. They've not learned it in school. They've not paid attention. They don't realize that this has been going on in here. So if they get Valhalla, they'll actually learn about what's been happening here in the neighborhood, not just in my immediate neighborhood, but literally east of England, so to speak, during those years. And they'll get the idea as to how, for instance, England became what it is, and as to why England eventually became united, and the very many interesting historic facts arising from the game. As I said, the codex is excellent, and you learn about many different things from the codex and also from the game itself. So as such, I would highly recommend it to anyone who's a scholar of history or anyone who's interested in anything history related, and it gives us a huge opportunity. We've seen that in Minecraft, for instance, and some other games where integrating the sections which were used as a completely applicable educational content to a certain period of history, certain activities, and recently, I don't know what you've seen, they created a game which is about baseball, and there was this baseball league in the US, which was run and by people who were of African descent. So that's been also created as a separate section of one of the games. I can't actually quote the game title. I'm not really into sports games, but I listened to the descriptions on Xbox Podcast, and it was just, I know nothing about it. I don't watch baseball. I know nothing about it. But what they said in there and how it's been described made me jump in straight away. Right? I would really, at that point, I just want to have a look to see. They said it's a bit like a television series, like a documentary about the history of this league, and everyone who was in it is basically featuring the game, and you can learn everything about each character, and these are the real people. So it's something really historic and really remarkable and so interactive. That for me is one of the greatest benefits. It's just absolutely amazing that people can actually learn through gaming and this degree of interactivity. And as you've seen, this is going to be still evolving and developing as we carry on. So I feel really so happy and privileged to be living in an era where this was made possible. I never thought that this was like to be real. I remember years back when we were boys, myself and a friend went to see 2001 Odyssey in cinema, and this was a like a once in a lifetime type of film, made in the late 60s. I watched it in the 80s, so it was many years later. But I remember this friend telling me how incredibly immersive the film was. We had to sit in the front row watching the cinema with a massive big screen. And that is exactly what we did do. And I said to him, you see, when these guys at the space station are communicating with Earth, they've got these videos, and it's almost like something on a TV. So they talk face to face through like a small monitor to somebody who is on Earth, and they're at the space station. I said, that's never going to be made possible in my lifetime. That's impossible. That's just how will they do that? It's just, well, as you could see, these things have become not just possible, but easily accessible on every handset. We can connect with our video calls with anyone around the world. So what had been seen there in the late 60s as science fiction portrayal of the future became very much part and parcel of our everyday life, and I'm delighted. That's all I can say. I'm delighted. Alright, so the games I'm playing are just the ones I described. I'm not really touching Andromeda now for a while, and the games that I will be hammering literally in the next couple of weeks will be, first of all, Destiny 2. I need to catch up with some content. I need to complete Lightfall. I need to, I'll be polishing off the seasonal content in no time. I completed, obviously, Solstice, and just generally quite enjoy coming in and doing certain activities for a little bit. Not to be doing it at all times, but, a few hours here and there makes the activity highly enjoyable. I don't really share many of the views of those people who are complaining, but on the other hand, I did say here, the feeling I get from the guys who've been complaining on Reddit is that these are like solo gamers. These are not people who do it in multiplayer or who belong to any community online. And Destiny, both 1 and 2, are the games which have been created for people to play them as a multiplayer, to be doing the game in a group, say through joint activity as well as the joint communication. So it's a bit like, I don't know how to put it. You want to bake bread without flour. Well, there may be a way to which you can do that, but bread's got to have flour. It's as simple as that. And the game, which is created as a massive multiplayer online, it's a bit like saying, I want to play this game without any form of connectivity to the server. Well, you can't, because it is an online game. You won't be able to access it. So I think they go against the grain. And maybe the other difficulty that people are experiencing is that they're doing, we had yesterday our friend Lupus Arias come in, and I asked him, as many people here questioned, how is it possible that he played 15,000 hours of Destiny? How is this possible in terms of the hours and everything? And I just want to clarify. So I asked him yesterday, and he told us that he had several accounts over a longer period of time. He played Destiny from day one, and even before the game was released. And then at the time, certainly within the first couple of years, he would play the game between 12 to 14 hours per day. So obviously did do that professionally in order to be building accounts and then selling them and making sure that the content and everything else was being passed on. So that's the way he did it. And I think anyone excuse me, who's questioning it will need to keep it in mind whether it is just a person doing it for himself, doing it bit by bit, or whether this is somebody who is actually trying to run the game on a professional level with many other resources on his disposal. So I think people who questioned it may be listening to the broadcast, and if you have any further questions, just please direct them at me or send them over here, and I'll forward them to our friend Lupus, and he will be able to give you other details. I know that he did say, just bear with me, my voice is just a bit croaky, just bear with me a second, I'll be back in a second. Yes, he did say that he spent a lot of time playing the game initially, and gave us a really good description. I think if anyone's interested in the details, he gave a rundown on how he was able to do this. in the chat, so you access our part 3 of yesterday's stream. You get it on the chat. He explained everything in depth. And as I said, anyone has any further questions or is interested in doing something similar, send us a message and I'll forward it to Lupus and he'll be able to respond in good time. We'll get further information. And right, so well, I've talked already for an hour and 20 minutes, and I just realized that we have not had any of the news, but several people joined us very early today, which is wonderful. Deployman, literally at the moment when we connected, and then also Gail. So I'm very glad to see you guys here, and thank you so much for listening to me and to our content. Also, thank you for contributing. Thank you for providing us with some really interesting information. Food for thought, as I'd say, for everyone here in our community. Not really, I didn't get that many news overnight, and I'll just read out a few things that came on the wire. Just bear with me a second. There are quite a few interesting thoughts on Reddit, Destiny related. And I will be giving you some of these very, very shortly. But before then, we'll look at what's coming on the wire. So, okay, so we'll go to Twitter. So if you are an avid fan of news, just make sure that you follow my Twitter. My Twitter has all the news related to video gaming and the industry, and they're updated daily, sometimes even on an hourly basis. So it's definitely worth having a look. And not many people like having lots of postings on the news feeds, you know, which is always surprising to me. I've talked to quite a number of members in my other communities, which relate to film and to music, and they all say, we're never going to follow IndieWire or Variety or TH, you know, the Hollywood Reporter, because they keep throwing in news all the time. So it just literally oversaturates our news feed, and we prefer getting news from our friends and all that. Well, fair enough, but the pro hubs will be giving the news, you know, in the way which they believe is applicable for the world to know what's going on. And right, so let me just get this up and running here. Larian Studios has put so much effort into the small things in Baldur's Gate 3. We talked about this the other day. We've heard that they will have, how many, 60,000 options really, through many NPCs and the dialogue and all that. It just seemed like over the top really with the number of options that you'd be getting, but it wasn't really the 60,000 outcomes of the story. It was more like 60,000 opportunities to engage with different people on a different level. It's a massive big game, and they said that they'll feature more than 160 hours of cutscenes. 160 hours of cutscenes alone. Just think about the content. I mean, Baldur's Gate is one of the most popular RPGs of all times, but they've not had a new installment for quite a few years, and presently, in view of the imminent release of the third installment, you can get the originals remastered and upgraded on a very, very low price. So if I'm not mistaken, they were offering the second part of the trilogy free of charge through Humble Bundle. So it was free of charge this last week. Humble Bundle, downloadable to PC. So obviously you should have taken your pick and should have really acquired it for nothing. It's a wonderful game. Anyway, what it said is One Player's Tale has others amazed at how much detail. Is it Larian or Larian? Larian, I guess it is, right? Larian Studios put into its RPG. And ahead of the game's full release, Baldur's Gate 3 players are praising developer Larian Studios for the level of detail they're already seeing in the RPG. As highlighted by a number of Reddit users, one moment in Baldur's Gate 3 shows just how high the level of detail is in the game. As the post below explains, the person in question was playing Baldur's Gate 3 when they were pickpocketed by a thieving kid. After chasing them, the kid jumped into a pile of rubble and disappeared beneath it. This didn't stop the player in question, though, as they then remembered that they were a druid and transformed into a cat. That's fantastic. Just think about it. 1 minute he's a child doing pickpocketing, the next minute he's a druid, and then he turns into a cat, or maybe even a snail or a bug, you never know. And small enough to fit into the same gap beneath the rubble, this player snuck in as a cat and came across a huge cave where the kid, as well as others, had built a hideout full of all of the stolen stuff they accumulated. Since they're no longer the victim of pickpocketing and instead an adorable little kitty, the kids were apparently none the wiser and came up to them and called them cute. Following this, the player says then they stole their stuff back and decided to get revenge on the kids by then transforming into a giant spider, causing the kids to run all the way screaming without adding, "Oh no, not again," which is just very, very funny. Well, you know, this is really what we're expecting from Baldur's Gate, and we are wanting to have a lot more of that entertaining content which is delivered within that format. So very, very pleased to see that people are digging the story and the content. And I think if we're talking about the titles that I'm most excited about, that are expecting more or less an imminent release, it's Starfield of Bethesda's, and it's definitely Larian's Baldur's Gate. A terrific game. I don't know whether you play the old games, but most I recommend to everyone. I guess similar to what we had on PlayStation recently, they offered us through PlayStation Plus a freebie, and that freebie is Alan Wake Remastered. Right? Alan Wake is coming out in October, I think, or November of this year, the second installment. So it's a perfect way through which you can remind yourself what the game was like previously, and then enter the new world. And the same thing applies to Baldur's Gate. So they offered really on either low prices or next to nothing. And just, get them and have a look. The games are big, but this one obviously will exceed anything else we've seen previously due to the latest tech and the ambition and all sorts. But I remember those games at the time. I thought they were amongst the most sizable I would have played in those days. More features, more problems for Diablo 4, says Games Radar. Diablo 4's damage-stealing caged heart of the barber is ruining everyone's day. Played the full game, played beta and Server Slam, loved it. I think it's an amazing game, but there have been some issues popping up. I guess some of these are related to stuff, and that is certainly has been of concern to people who paid hard cash for it. Diablo 4 players reckon the barber is completely ruining the game, and the article is from Games Radar, and it's Hirun Cryer who's writing about it. He says, "No, this is not the sort of barber that cuts your hair, but it's the sort of barber that will apparently cut down your enjoyment of Diablo 4. That's according to dozens of players, at least all of which believe the notorious caged heart of the barber introduced with Diablo problems to Blizzard's game." So take the post just below, for example. The plain question quite literally proves on screen for everyone to see that the malignant barber's heart is causing massive damage loss for everyone who equips it. So this would appear to be a bug, but right now we do not have confirmation from Blizzard that this is the case. So if you're interested and you want to find out what sort of bug this is, just go to the posting. It is on my Twitter, and there's this video in there. They had placed it, and this is posted on Reddit under the thread for Diablo, and it is posted by Undefined Car. So he says the barber's causing massive DPS loss. Everyone really hates the barber heart right now, and it's just another in a very long line of complaints Diablo 4 players have about the state of the game right now. It's not true. It's taking too far. There aren't that many complaints. People are loving the game. The game is amongst the most popular ever released, and certainly one of the most popular as far as Blizzard is concerned. And I've not seen that many complaints. Some of these writers are taking it too far. People had complained on Reddit, but if you have 2 or 3 complaints, then you get thousands who are just jumping on the same bandwagon. The game performed very well so far. There have not been any major issues. It could be that the issues are persisting, and this is the brand new season, and the bugs are connected to the multiplayer entry, to the service. So I'm sure they will be resolving it. And what's the big deal if something backfires once or twice? I mean, obviously, it can be frustrating in Destiny. I remember initially, you probably will remember this, year one, you walk to the wild, and you come across a big Vex boss, and he's unkillable. He looks at you, you're dead, and you keep firing, and he's not taking any damage. And they changed that eventually, but that was definitely a serious problem at that time. So if it's similar to quite complaints, as those people will be aggrieved and frustrated. But I think we have got to give it a bit more time. The game's performed so reasonably well so far. Blizzard might have already held a broadcast to address criticism last month, but they'll need to be on the ball with fixing issues like these to appease the ever-restless player base. But that's the same for every game, It's the same for every game. People are impatient, people want everything resolved quickly. I'm afraid it can't be done. Doesn't work like this. Could I be running my broadcast yesterday if there were continuous problems with my internet connection? I couldn't. I just had to do my best, and kept being booted out 3 or 4 times, had to be restarting my stream. It's the tech causing it. There's nothing that we can do about it. Obviously, these companies are doing everything possible to remedy. I'm certain. I don't think they're just twiddling their thumbs and reading newspapers and having cups of teas. No, I don't think so. They're fully aware of the responsibilities that they have towards the customers who invested billions of dollars into the product. So, it's the first of the month, and Eurogamer is offering us a rundown on the very best brilliant games that are up and about. And let's see what games they're recommending. Curious. So it's every month they recommend a selection of games. I was reading it last month as well. Chris Stapsel of Eurogamer is the person who gives us those tips. And if you're interested, just head to my Twitter. You'll be able to get all the information. So, he's giving us a rundown on the best games of the last month. So I'm not interested now. I want to see what is interesting and single out as the best for the next month. Hang on, is this? Just a minute. I'm losing the thread in here. The Master's Pupil, out now on PC. That's the game recommended. Thronefall Early Access, out on the 2nd of August on PC. A Guidebook of Babel, again PC and Switch. These are the games that were offered through the Steam Festival of late. You remember me talking about it. Of various new indie games, more than 100 demos offered. These games are part and parcel of it. Lots of these games are having more or less like an imminent release, but lots of very good titles, but unfortunately they're not getting much publicity. And as you've seen, the hubs like Eurogamer and GamesRadar are trying to really prop them up as much as possible with some space dedicated to each one of the titles. So A Guidebook of Babel is out on 3rd of August. Baldur's Gate is coming out on the 3rd of August on PC, 6th of September on PS5, and on Xbox Series X and S. So if you're a PC gamer, the Baldur's Gate is going to be yours in 2 days, and you'll be able to play it. And then for us on Xbox and PlayStation, that is going to be happening. Well, my PC is just at the front of me. I could obviously play it on PC, but I've not been doing that much in recent years. So yeah, on the 3rd of August, that's a biggie. And very, very curious to see what sort of response they will be getting from the community. Don't forget that many people are playing Elder Scrolls, or people play Neverwinter, or any other RPGs of that sort, will be definitely stepping in and trying the next installment of Baldur's Gate. WrestleQuest out on 8th of August. Stray Gods, the role-play musical. That's a very good game. I've seen some trailers, and it's very enjoyable. And this is the game that was created by the director, the lead writer, in fact, for BioWare, and he worked on the Knights of the Old Republic, still seen as the best Star Wars game of all times. And he had worked on this Stray Gods, the musical. No longer is he connected to BioWare. I also reminded of the fact that he worked on the original Dragon Age. He was the narrative director. So, you know, the former lead writer, somebody who is definitely responsible for the storytelling, and very, very interested in that one as well. And it looks very much like a graphic novel, you know, the Japanese style. You access the characters, you got dialogue, the music being played. Really, really cool. Atlas Fallen is out on the 10th of August on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S. So it's Deck 13, the developers behind the games like the Surge and Surge 2. I mean, I played Surge. It was a good game. Didn't grab me. I don't know why. It was sort of with different types of I think it was robots and suits. I can't remember exactly the details, but it's a bit like a survival game. And definitely I'll be very interested to see what Atlas is. Looks like a bigger, like a blockbustery type of title compared to the Surge. But if you like the Surge, then definitely Atlas is going to be your bread and butter. And I've seen also some clips and some trailers. All of those looked very, very interesting, so I'm definitely in for it. Not coming out on the streaming platforms, so we would have to purchase it if we were to be playing it as early as the 10th of August. Turbo Overkill, Wayfinder. Wayfinder is the game I'm interested in. I have seen trailers and it looked absolutely terrific. So this is the RPG from Digital Extremes, and that's the company that created Ruined King and Darksiders Genesis. Darksiders Genesis is a very good game, so definitely excited. Moving out on 15th of August, Cantata on 15th of August as well. On Guard, an indie action fencing game, that's out on the 16th. Shadow Gambit, the Curse Crew, out on the 17th of August. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I've got to say, I do not look forward to that game. I just hate the idea that that film captured. And I have seen some trailers for the game, and it looks even more horrific than what we've seen in that film. And I guess the gist of it all, it's similar to Dead by Daylight. So you need to be surviving these monsters that live in that hut in the middle of nowhere. And I think the film, the game is very, very much following the narrative of the film, from what I gathered so far, with that dreadful beast called Leatherface. And it's an indie game, and curious to see how it will perform, whether it will be popular with the guys who are into horror/survival games, like, for instance, 7 Days to Die and Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight just released the DLC with Nicolas Cage in it, and we've seen him during the Summer Game Festival. And if anyone played the section with Nicolas Cage, just ping me a message. And Gail says, what game? Well, which game are you referring to? Sorry, I didn't see the message, as I'm obviously reading in here. Which game are you referring to? The one I talked about? Just tell me what I said, and I'll be able to tell you exactly what game this was. I'll remember. What game were you referring to? Alright, so Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, Fort Solis, Immortals of Avium. Well, that's the game I'm very excited about. I'm very curious what it's going to be like. That's easy to remember. Gail's asking, what is the game you are not excited about? I'm not a great fan of horror games, you know. I'm a person who's worked with people who do terrible, horrible things, and I've seen what terrible things look like in real life, and I find that to be completely unglamorous. I don't think and don't consider that anything which is nasty and ugly that happens in our living community should be glamorized or given as a sort of suspense-inducing horror-stroke survival type of exercise with lots of blood and gore and unpleasantries. So I don't really engage with any of that. I think life is about something else. And in fact, I did watch a trailer today as I was checking out my Microsoft rewards points for Deadlight 2. It's grotesquely violent. It is just, I mean, it's grotesquely violent. It's, I think, probably two of the most grotesquely violent trailers I watched were for Mortal Kombat 1, that was premiered at the Summer Game Festival, and also Deadlight 2. It's gore beyond gore. So the game I was describing, Gale, that I'm not excited about, is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is the game in question. It will come out on Game Pass on that date. So that is in August. What was the date? 18th of August. So it's in about 2 weeks. And I just said that, it's similar to that film, and the film was absolutely horrific. It was banned in most countries when it came out. It was an exploitation horror from the early 70s, and then they made the whole lot of theses and the philosophical works based on the characters. But it was just a cheap exploitation film, capitalizing on gore, on fear, on threats, on It had definitely the suspense values in terms of how certain sequences are directed, but the meaning of it all was just completely deranged. And it looked to me like a couple of people took a whole lot of drugs and then were making films. Oh, we have Sekapupu in here. Hello, Sekapupu. How are you? Good to see you. I talked about Sekapupu to everyone in here. There's Sekapupu. Sekapupu's Twitch name is Oidmew. Oidmew, right? How are you, Sekapupu? Good to see you. There is Gail saying hello to Sekapupu. Gail is one of our newest community members. She joined us, I think, on the first day as we resumed with broadcast. So it's already about 6 or 7 weeks ago. So no longer the newest. I stand corrected, right? And I think our friend Sakabu says, I think it would be better to change the slow-mo timer to 10 or 5 seconds. I need to double check this, Sakapupu. I need to check this because they had applied lots of updates to Twitch, and I've had lots of problems after discovering it just by myself. The settings were redone without us knowing. So what does this do? Can you tell me? Is it 10 to 5 seconds? Is that you type a message and it pops up like 10 seconds later? Is that what it is? Just explain to me. Explain to me what this is, because I'm not familiar. Is that to do with the stream, or is it to do with the messages in here? Because the messages, they go through modifiers, and they go through moderators. So you have moderators who look at the messages, and then there is some sort of lag, if that's what it is. Sakapubu says it makes it so viewers cannot type for the time it's set on, I think. So that would be what? When you type a message, you can't type another one within 5 or 10 seconds. I need to investigate this. This is fairly new. I've not paid attention to this. I thought it was to do with, when you type a message, I thought the slow mode was like this. You type a message and it takes like 10 seconds to pop up because it goes through the automated moderators of Twitch. They basically scan the content. They introduced a lot of different things which are automated, like, for instance, the words people couldn't use. I'll give you an example, Sekapupu, you would like that. The other day, we've had a new member join us live on air, right? And I talked about the Bungie Foundation. I raised funds for Bungie Foundation last weekend, and we raised like $105, which went directly to the foundation in order to support very old. So we talked about that, and I described couple of documentaries that they have on their website. One of which is about a chap called Wyatt, who is a member of our Destiny community online, and somebody who suffered from several tumors and had to have surgeries performed, lost sight in one eye and was partially blind in the other, and he was kind of brought back to life through the engagement via Destiny and Destiny community online, and he talks about that in the documentary. So I talked about that, and one of our members suggested, he mentioned a gun that was being given to, I mean, it's obviously a virtual gun, a scout rifle, to a member who had undergone surgery. So I wasn't sure whether it was Wyatt or somebody else. In fact, we established later in the day that it wasn't Wyatt, it was somebody else. But listen to this. This scout rifle has full in it, right? The actual name of the rifle is with a full in it. And the moderators have just blocked the whole content, and they alerted the person coming in that is using abusive language. It was absolutely nothing to do with the person, it was to do with the weapon. But lots of these services are automated, and they're applying these tools in order to make sure that there's no interference. I get the message from the moderators indicating, do I want to approve the message? Do you see what I mean? They ask me, but they flag it, so you can't see it, but I can see it. That's the way it's set up. And Gail says, yeah, that is what happens. And Gail's asking Sekapupu how he is. Sekapupu is in Finland. Odmu, right? Is in Finland. And Sekapupu is one of our oldest channel members. He's been here almost from the day one, together with quite a large group of Destiny veterans. And Sekapupu has not been coming in of late, as he's not able to access his PlayStation. But I asked him over the weekend whether he could pop in sometimes just for a chat, or just connect with our newish members and maybe provide some tips and advice. And Gail says that game doesn't sound like fun, even though I love horror. Well, I think if you like Dead by Daylight or 7 Ways to Die, or what's the other one, Bethesda game, it's called Evil. It's got Evil in the title. A really kind of a gory horror game, a single player game, not a multiplayer. But the multiplayers, the ones I mentioned, the 7 Days to Die and Dead by Daylight, these are the games that provide you with the same concept. You're being caught by some weird but malignant evil entity, and they're to torture you and they're to chase you and do nasty things, and then you need to escape, you need to flee, right? No, it's not Resident Evil. No, it's the other Evil Within. Evil Within. Yeah, it's got several. It's Bethesda game. It's accessible on Game Pass. I played it on PlayStation, and it's just very brutal. It's not Resident Evil. It's Evil Within. So where was I? Yeah. So I think that Texas Chainsaw will be capturing the same concept. You'll have to be getting away from that and surviving. And ultimately, they'll say to developers, what we want to do is to make sure that the evil gets punished and everyone survives. But it isn't quite like that, because if the evil catches you, then you are being brutalized in there, and it's not particularly pretty to watch. So I'm not really very keen on that, I have to say, generally. Although I always have a look and see what these games are like. There are things in life which I believe are not good, and I don't agree with some of those elements being glamorized or being used for excitement, or to drive people to certain kinds of emotions that shouldn't be in that sort of situation. And also portraying like mental health or disability or incidents, things which happen like car crashes and people suffering from certain illnesses. I think it needs to be presented in a way which is acceptable to a wide audience, and not in a way which will be distressing or indeed sensationalist, so it presents a completely wrong image. And I'm quite clear on this, as obviously I worked in a field where we dealt with lots of situations that the vast majority of people never ever see, and there's nothing glamorous about them. They're just terrible. and then somebody using that in order to make money or in order to draw attention to a newspaper or to get clicks and likes is completely abhorrent. It's completely unacceptable. And I think sometimes with some games they are taking it too far. Video gaming is not about violence, it's about interactivity and connectivity, having fun, having entertainment. But some of these guys are taking it too far. The Dead, what's it called? It's Dead Again. It's just like literally, if you watch the trailer, it's and our friend Gail says, I like Ghost Hunting. You mean Ghost Hunting the game, or just Ghost Hunting people? Let me just finish the rundown on the games in here. Blasphemous 2, Armored Core 6 is another game they're recommending, and I'm very excited about the game. Armored Core 6 will be out on the 25th of August on PC, PlayStation 4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X and S. There's been a lot of discussion about Armored Core 6. It's still in a series, and the series has been very popular. But this one looks like a game that will be attracting everyone who was into the games with high tech, or people who liked like a multiplayer with a lot of activity, a lot of action, sci-fi meeting high technology, needing elimination, lots of battles, lots of fights, beautiful environment, well designed, like a tip-top sci-fi. Titanfall, yeah. People who like Titanfall, they will definitely like. Maybe people who like Apex as well. Armored Core will be for them. I think it will be definitely attractive. It's got the aura, the visuals when you watch trailers, which is very similar to that World of the Legends, and definitely recommend it to everyone. And if you're interested about the titles I'm describing, just go to my Twitter. The posting there is one of the top postings on the recommendations for August, and each one of the recommendations has a trailer in there. So Gail, if you're interested, you just click on the link, and in fact I'll give you the link if you're interested. Just give us a second. That will be where. Just a second. I'll give you the link so everyone can watch these trailers. That's probably the easiest thing to do. There we are. Just bear with us. Copy link. It'll come to these are the recommendations, and you'll be able to see straight away the trailers. And what I was describing was the game called, where is it now? Losing it. Immortals of Aveum. That's the game I wanted to tell you about. I've seen the trailers during the Summer Game Festival, and I really thought they were amazing. And they had to delay the game. Something did not perform too well with the alpha and beta tests. So the game has been delayed, and it should be out on the 22nd of August on all platforms, unless it faces other delay. It looked very, very interesting visually. And the guy who's the lead actor also came on stage and introduced the title and talked a bit about how they made it. Anyone who likes Supernatural, anyone who likes Diablo or Elder Scrolls will find the elements of that in that game. But this is a sci-fi game, and that is the guy who directed it is someone who worked on Call of Duty in the past. So if he's integrating Call of Duty elements with, you know, the sorcery and witchcraft and all types of supernatural type of abilities, supers, then that will be definitely very interesting. And he also worked together with the guy called Michael Kirkbride, and he had worked on The Elder Scrolls Morrowind. So you know, that's definitely very much of interest. And they also say that in this game you'll have Gina Torres, and she is the a person who also plays in Destiny. So we are all very curious to see what the combination of great writers and brilliant animators is going to look like. Blasphemous 2 out on 24th of August, also on all platforms. Armored Core 6, I mentioned that already. Goodbye Volcano High, Sea of Stars, Samba de Amigo Party Central, Trine 5, Clockwork Conspiracy. So quite frankly, there's too many titles to try. And we have in here also some other recommendations. Gamescom 2023 will be indeed unraveling, and then they're also recommending Genshin Impact, Gran Turismo movie, A Short Hike. The list just goes on and on, so I don't want to bore you anymore with this, but definitely the titles amongst those pronounced, the Armored Core, and then we see the last game I talked about, definitely very much of interest, and Baldur's Gate 3. I think that's going to be everyone's favorite. So before we finish with the news, the last bit of news here is Dark Souls style shooter Remnant 2, which was out last week, had already sold 1 million units within a week. So that's been a huge success. And the developer, I don't know whether you guys played Remnant. Remnant is a proper Doom style shooter in a very sort of sci-fi gory type of environment. It's a very, very fast pace. Anyone who likes FPS and, you know, gory scenery and high octane, if you played Wolfenstein, if you played Doom, if you played, trying to think, well, the list just goes on and on with these types of FPS shooters. Serious Sam, you're definitely going to be into this game. And the developer says, we couldn't be happier to see fans having such a great time. It's been released across the board, accessible on platforms. And the Gunfire Games boss David Adams said, to everyone who helped us achieve this amazing milestone, thank you for your unwavering support. You know, the first game wasn't that well received, but people obviously anticipated something else and definitely stepped in and bought more than 1 million copies of the game within 1 week, which I think is sensational considering how the old game was previously critically received and so. So it's you know, you never know. It's the marketing, promotion, PR, all the other things that you have on everyday basis across the board on all platforms, and they really draw attention. The biggest, I guess, magnet for people to get attracted to a game are actually trailers and gameplay, and you can get that on everywhere, inclusive of TikTok. So when people see that, it catches their eye, they'll highlight it, they'll save it, or you know, take a note of it, and then that's the first step. That's just the way it is. And this was a multi-year journey for us, he said, and we could not be happier to see fans having such a great time with the game that we put our heart and soul into. And Gearbox said the game has exceeded all expectations, thanked everyone, particularly the community, for the support, and they said, we really thrilled you had joined us on this journey. Well, that's fantastic. It's also getting quite good reviews. So that's all the news, really, that would have come my way on the wire. Somebody else is saying something. Right, and you know what? We talked a lot today, and we'll leave the comments from our community members on Reddit for another day. I think now is the time. Definitely for us to crack on with some gameplay here in Destiny 1. So let's see. Hands up, who wants to join us? We have quite a few people watching, so that's really cool. Who wants to be our guardian today in the fire team? Gale certainly does. I know that. Sekapupa, do you want to join us as well? We've not had you live on air. Do you have your PlayStation by any chance? Are you able to access it? Alright, my friends. Girl says, I'm playing Battlefield 2047 currently, but I might be joining you later. No worries at all. No worries. Just ping us a message when you want to join us, and then you're playing Battlefield on your PC. Because it's also available through the Game Pass. They're offering it on EA Play 2042. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I played it initially and it was terrible. It had so many technical problems. I played beta and I played day one for a weekend. It was unplayable, and then they kind of withdrew the game for the time being, and they worked on the development and changed everything, and I think it picked up. What I've seen of late was a lot better compared to the past. So it just, they EA released several games like Anthem, for instance, too early, way before these games should have been released, and then they had many technical problems. The service didn't perform. And anyway, you can see that I'm leveling up some of the armor here on my Guardian, and we'll see what needs to be upgraded in here with the perks. Work now, innovation is coming in. Right, we have hands-on, we have second thoughts, we have increased discipline and increased strength. And let me see, I've got here hands-on, gain bonus, kill some minions into darkness, and then I've got second thoughts, increased strength. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll have another one there. That will be just one perk, and that's Long Tomorrow. Look at that. Just armor, and then there's Scout Rifle Ammunition, Arc Burn Defense, Arc Armor. Our friend saying, yep, playing on PC, I love it and loved it since day one. Well, did you not have any technical problems with ghosting, with rubber banding and various other things? Did you play it on the day one, the original release, or when they re-released the game? Because it had its re-release, They launched it and it was an unsuccessful launch, and then the game was re-released later within a different format. So I'm just wondering whether you entered it after the re-release, the second release. And lots of criticism. I remember, I tell you, I had many members of my community in Apex community, people who were coming from Battlefield, and they had so many bad things to say about that one at the beginning. But the game is working. The game has been massively improved. It's a tactical shooter, very similar to Rainbow Six Siege, and therefore it's just like it's sci-fi, right? But I really therefore liked it. Was very curious about the whole thing. I like tactical military simulation games. It's my kind of turf. Two-sided coin, solar resonance, so we've got all of that enabled. Okay, we'll keep some of these for the time being. We don't have to be departing from that. And we'll just get rid of the loot that we don't actually need. And then we have more there. Thanks to Sekapupu for letting me know about this slow motion mode. I'll investigate that today. After my stream, I'll have a look at what's causing it. That indeed is of great concern to me. We've had several things applied to the settings without our knowledge by the Twitch Corporation, and some of them were really prohibitive for people who were coming in. They first of all had this block on 30 days, so nobody could communicate unless they were part of the community for 30 days. Then I corrected that on request of Zenith and Lupus Arius, who actually brought that to my attention. I was completely unaware of it. And then the second one was, and that was recent, it was last week, Blue, they put a restriction on the new participants unless they had submitted their email and their mobile number. They've never asked me about any of this. And Gail says, I did have a ton of glitches, still do have some. I played a bit before the re-release. Yeah. Well, the problem was with consoles. I think it performed better on PC. Originally, Battlefield was a PC game, right? And that's the reason we had similar problems with Cyberpunk. It didn't perform at all on PlayStation, so that they're basically discontinued with the game at the time. And on Xbox performed really badly, but on PCs it kind of worked all right. It did deliver. And I think Battlefield was having a similar sort of problem. I remember, well, rubber banding was the main problem for me. And playing a shooter, you know, like FPS game, multiplayer with rubber banding is a non-starter. You can't do anything. Rubber banding is when you are continuously being brought back to the original place where you were starting from, you know? So you go forward, it's like a rubber band. Go back, right? Go forward, go back, go forward, go back. You can't play the game like that. It's a server-based problem. Rubber banding is happening where the servers are too weak to be accommodating too many people who are coming into the game. That's the reason. I need to see what snapshot javelin. Bothered really. Get rid of that one, so that's all sorted. Okay, so let me see. We'll go to the tower. The reset should have taken place already today, so hopefully we'll be able to access all the weekly content from today. Story missions, the weekly ones, new Nightfall, new Prisoner of Elders. And generally what we've done here on the channel of late was to be working through these weekly story missions and the weekly content. That includes the Sivas, and the Sivas we played here very extensively now for some time. So I want to see who is out there. Oh, Sakapupu's there. Well, right. So I'm bringing him in. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Okay. You're the tower, so I'll need to go back in the orbit in order to bring you in. Okay. What I will do is, Sakapupu, can I send you my party invite? Do you want to come in? I can do that. Hang on. Sakapupu, I'm sending you the party invite for live online chat, so we should be able to talk live on there. And Gail will probably join us a bit later. And I see. Okay, fine. Our friend Sakapupu says that he is probably going to be doing a raid, so he can't really join us right now. Okay, no problem. If you want to join in later, just ping us a message. I'll bring you in. No problem. We'll have probably Zenith joining us as well, and Gail later on, so we'll get a bit busier as we carry on. All good. I'll do a bit of Sivas to warm up initially. Is there anyone else who wants to join us in addition to Sakapupu? And Gail saying, good luck on the raid. Which one will you be doing, Sakapupu? Gail wants to know.
My pleasure. Yes. Come back.
I just actually didn't answer your question, Gail. I remembered you asked about ghost hunting, and you said that you kind of like doing that in real life. As you are in Ohio, I know for certain that there are people in the US who run these kinds of ghost hunting sessions, and I've come across that a few times in various forums. I've seen it also on some mini documentaries. So that seems to be popular in the US, and I was curious to discover that, you know. Well, then you would like Redfall. Redfall has ghosts. Redfall is full of ghosts who are also vampires. You know that. And Sakapupu says to Gail, I'll be doing the weekly raid. I'm not sure which one it is this week. So that's happening as we stream. So Sekapup will do his raid, and Gale will be doing Battlefield 2047, right? 2042. So got all these bounties of the world. They don't need anything, right? Oh, we are Haley. No, it's Harley. I thought it was Haley. Haley is a member of our community. Someone I've not seen here for quite some time. Alright friends, let's just crack on with some action. We talked a lot. Lots of our community members popping in, so that's really good. And really enjoy seeing this. Yesterday we didn't have many people due to that charitable stream that was run through a convention, and we had King Goth Lion, right? He is the big Destiny streamer, and he was attracting the vast majority of the viewers to him and his stream. And it's good that he was doing this, as we want to be supporting charitable causes. That's the most important thing of all. And we are supporting Mind in here. In fact, I need to write a message straight away. I didn't write it earlier, and I want to do that straight away just to make sure that everybody knows, and we have it pinned to the top of our chat. And Gail says, sometimes some things that are inexplicable happen, which happened to me the other day. Alright, so tell us about it. What's happened the other day, which is completely extraordinary, something that's hard to explain? I'm curious to hear. Alright, I'm just telling our friends about the fundraising campaign which I'm running at the moment on the channel, and this is for the Mind charity, a charity that's based in Britain, the charity that helps people with psychological difficulties, mental problems, or emotional pressures. And the campaign is presently run for 6 months, so we still have until the 31st of December for the monies to be raised. I'm trying to raise £1,000 for the charity. As you've seen with the shorter campaigns like the one for the Bungie Foundation, they're strictly timed and they have certain tasks, and they're sort of easier to maintain. The lengthy campaigns, they get really donations and contributions over a longer period of time, so it's a sort of different type of project altogether. But coming back to Mind, they provide services for individuals and groups in form of individual and group counselling, and these services are available in our local community, so people can access them if they telephone and make appointments and get assessed, and then they'll receive advice on every possible level. That includes emotional, psychological, practical, financial, in terms of housing, you know, all sorts. And what's happening now? Looks like I'm being booted out again today. I had some messages from PlayStation Network, my friends, and the PlayStation Network indicated that there are some connectivity problems with them. I have no idea what's happening, but it looks like I'm able to get some of it back. We are live again without actually being booted. So this was a problem with PlayStation Network rather than with either my internet or the Bungie service. Anyway, whilst we are waiting for the game to be connected, let me just see what our friend said there. Bear with me. We've had a discussion in there about something. So I asked Gail about the ghost hunting, and she said certain things have happened recently which were hard to explain, and I asked for Gail to be telling us what these things were. So let's have a look. And we have Zenith in there as well. Zenith is saying, "Howdy folks." Hello Zenith, very good to see you. Thank you for joining us, sir. I think what I'll do is, if you want to join us, we'll do the same thing like we've done yesterday, right? We'll just go to your service, because once we connected with your service, I didn't have any crashes or major problems, and that itself will be, you know, very important, because there's continuous problems in here for some reason. I'm not sure really what's really causing it. I'll need to investigate that in depth, both with my ISP and also with Bungie and with others. So Gail says, will you want to join us, Zenith? Would you want me to bring you in? Do you want to come in just as muted, or would you like me to send you also a party invite? Just let me know either way. Gail says, I was coming home and on a garage we have a place to put in a code to open it. There's a cover on it, and with no wind it lifted halfway up for at least a minute, but it's been broken for a couple of years and nobody has really lifted it for the past 3 years. Well, you know, could be all sorts of reasons as to why that happened. Sometimes could be wind, could be hard to explain. There could be all sorts of things, and I can't really comment. It's hard to tell what could have happened. And Gail is saying hello to Zenith, and Zenith is saying hello to Gail. All is going really well. Asking Gail about how things are with her, and Gail says it's going good as always. By the way, Destiny servers are down, I think. Well, no, I don't think so. It seems to me that the problem there was with PlayStation Network. PlayStation Network was having the problem. I had a message actually from them saying that the PlayStation Network is experiencing outages, and so we'll see. Hopefully didn't miss out on any messages during this problem. I don't know. Let's see who's there. Sikapupu is there. Zenith, would you like to join us? Are you streaming today, or are you just popping in to say hello? Because I'll crack on with some Sivas and warm up. And Zenith says Destiny 2 reset is very soon, so possibly it can be affecting Destiny 1. And Gail says. Yeah, I try not to go straight to Ghost, but this time it was hard to think of a good reason. You know, sometimes these kinds of covers could be affected by weather, and could be wind or birds, animals, you know, can be all sorts of things. And sometimes even if you don't see any wind, it doesn't mean that there wasn't some sort of weather interference overnight whilst one was asleep. Zenith says that the reset will be very soon. Yeah, but I think generally we don't really get, you know, it was only last week that we were affected by the maintenance. We were not getting any problems in the past. It was just affecting Destiny 2 for the reset and the maintenance, but the actual reset of Destiny 1 was without any form of interference. As I've been streaming on Tuesdays now consistently for about, what is it, 9-10 weeks now already, 8-9 weeks, at the same time roughly. All right, boys. Anybody wants to join us? So I'll have a look. Sekapupu's doing a raid. Well, actually, Sekapupu, Zenith might be quite keen on doing a raid if the raid is easy, if it's Kreuzau, so if it could be done as a 3-piece. We'll have a look really and see what's going on. I think for myself, I'd be quite happy to crack on with some Sivas to warm up. And then after that, we'll extend the activities to weekly story missions and Prison of Elders or Nightfall, or whatever people like. I'm nice. I mean, I'm just quite easy, very nice and easy with those activities. Okay, so I'll just wait to see whether Zenith is going to be coming in. Gail said that. Yeah, Gail's asking about the weekly raid. Sekapupu, what is the weekly raid this week? I guess there could be Gail, Sekapupu, Zenith and myself as a 4-piece if we wanted to do it. If we were skilled enough to do it. I know that Gail and Sekapupu will be, but Zenith and myself perhaps not the tip-top raiders in Destiny 1. Well, I'm certainly not. Sekapupu, what's the raid there? Oh, you're right, Dan. Maybe Sekapupu's busy with the raid, so he can't hear me. I need to nip out for 30 seconds, so I'll be back very, very shortly. Just stay with us. I'll be back literally in 30 seconds. Well, we have our friends here discussing the raid, and Zenith says, I can join soon, just eating breakfast. I have no mic because I'm working as well. No problem at all, sir. Really good to hear that you'll be joining us. And anytime you're ready, I think what I'll do is I'll just dive in and do a Siva. So anytime you're ready, just send us an invite, and I'll bring you in. No problem. And Gail says that you're better than me. Well, not really. I'm not a raider. I've not really played raids much in either Destiny 1 or 2. And Sakapupu says it's Wrath of the Machine, the raid that is our week raid this week. And Gail says that I do have a quest for that one. Well, same here as well. And then Zenith says hello to Sakapupu, and Sakapupu is also Odimoid, it's hard to pronounce. And Zen is saying hello to Sakapupu and asking, Wrath of the Machine is the hardest one, isn't it? Well, Sakapupu is in the middle of it, so I think that's the reason as to why he is responding a bit late. And Gail says, I might join in, I guess. And Sakapupu says, I don't think it's all that hard. Well, Sakapupu likes very challenging activities, I can tell you, and he's done it many times, and therefore it doesn't appear to be challenging. But don't forget, Sakapupu, for anyone who's doing it for the first time or first couple of times, it is a bit of a challenge, It gets a bit hairy. And Gail says, I haven't done many raids in Destiny 1. Well, I've done a few over a long period of time, but as the raids are quite competitive, then I've not gone down this route in order to prevent, the aura of the channel. But I did really create milestones for my charitable campaign, and I just realized I didn't pin it. I didn't pin my charitable campaign. I forgot, so I just need to do that. Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, what I was trying to say is that raids are very competitive, and I didn't really want to change the aura, the overall flavor of the channel. But I've got the milestones, and each one of them will have either raid or nightfall or any other community-based activity attached to it. That will include also mini competitions in the Crucible. I know that Sakapupu quite likes doing that, and we've done a couple of these in the past. So that meant, our community veterans would join in. We set up a private match and we fight against one another, and that's really good fun. That's really, really funny. Everyone knows each other, and it's literally great, and we can always do that. And that's connected to the campaign which is for Mind Charity. So anytime we reach that milestone, 100, 200, 300, we're going to have a series of these community-based events linked to raids. So there's going to be a lot of raiding then, And it's like a pinnacle activity, and the people are contributing and donating. We want them to be fully involved together with our community members. So that's the idea. All right. So as our friends are still doing some other things, I can confirm that I already had received the reset. So I have got the reset on my system. That means there's going to be no maintenance for Destiny 1, so you need worry. It will work. It will be affecting Destiny 2, but not Destiny 1. I've got the reset. I can see that nothing is in here completed, and we had completed literally everything last week. You remember, Zenith, we were doing Prisoner of Elders and Nightfall and weekly missions and Sivas. All of that has been fully completed. Anyway, let's see what the modifiers are for this week. Airborne. Players deal more damage while in the air. Chaff. I hate that. I hate that mod. Chaff is the most hated mod. I absolutely detest it. I don't like having no radar in Destiny, I've got to say. I get lost frequently. And then we have small arms, primary weapon damage is favored, and then enemies are being greater numbers. Okay, so I guess not too bad. The only problem is no radar, right? So I'll double check my weapons, what I've got on. Dark Drinker, Imago Loop. Okay, that's all squared away. I'm happy with this. That's quite good for Sivas in general. and we'll just crack on. We'll have our first Siva of the day. So good to see that Sekapupa and Deployman popped in today. That's really good. Both are founding members of the channel, you know. Deployman and Sekapupa have been with the channel from almost the day one. So that's really good to see. Thank you guys for joining us. Deployman's in Australia, Sekapupa is in Finland, I'm in England. So we are a truly global community of Destiny gamers. Of video gamers, in fact. I don't like saying Destiny gamers because we also play other games, but this is our Destiny community, and the vast majority of our participants come in order to see something which is Destiny related. Picked up all my bounties, so I'm sorted really. And some of these Siva bounties are quite hard to fill, you know. It does take a few medals. The other day I played with somebody who had in a single Siva 164 medals. So I don't know what he was doing. I joined his strike, so he must have been grinding it for quite some time before I joined in.
Something has begun to repair the schism torn by its destruction. Vex now flood the garden channels to protect it. We must stop the Weavers before they seal the garden and begin to summon back its heart.
Well, it looks like I'll be doing this strike all by myself, so hopefully somebody else will join us. Yep. I better get rid of that blight in there, because otherwise we're going to have more taken. Yeah, right. Zany says, I'll grab bounties and then I'll join. Okay. Well, actually, if you grab the bounties, what I'll do is I'll just go back in the orbit, and then you can join me. Yeah, that's the easiest thing to do. But you know what? You send me an invite for me to be in your game, because then we'll have few of these baboons, I think. So I'll just wait for you to join us, and then you send me an invite, and I'll join your game, and we'll do the Sivas and everything else, right? Yesterday we didn't get any crashes after I joined your game, and I was getting quite a few over here, so you know, maybe my connection related or something to do with the way the network I'm on is connecting with Bungie up. I have no idea. So Zenith is in. Oh, I don't see you on the list though. I don't see you on the list. Well, you had your breakfast. I had my breakfast 11 hours ago. I had my breakfast today at 7:30, which is exceptionally early for me, and it was a very good breakfast. What I have is usually either porridge, which is cooked, with raisins, with cinnamon, with turmeric, and with 3 lots of fruit. So fresh grapefruit, fresh bananas, and fresh kiwi, or sometimes a fresh orange, fresh apple, whatever. Today it was just the original combination: bananas, grapefruit, and kiwi. and that was with muesli rather than porridge. When it's hot out there, well, the temperatures drop, but generally during the summer I don't eat porridge because I want something to refresh me, to cool me down, so to speak. And porridge I eat during the winter months and when it's kind of weird, kind of poor type of weather outside. And we had a bit of that during the last week. There was a lot of drizzle, quite a bit of rain here, but it's not been cold. And I just stayed with my muesli. Muesli is definitely what I like eating when it's hot, also with fresh fruit, sometimes maybe a bit of yogurt, but cinnamon, raisins and turmeric, they are very, very important for what I eat. There we are, gone in, joining fire team. That will be Zenith's fire team. So we'll be able to crack on. There we are. Yeah, just let's crack on with some Seavers. Oh, we'll go there. You go for the bounties? Yeah, okay. See whether I can see you now on the list. I can, yeah, cool. Yeah. Sakapoop is doing the Wrath, and he might join us later when he finished. Mind you, we can pick up that weekly sigil from Variks as well for this week. You can just stay with us. The one from last week is gone, so we can just get rid of it. For all of you who just joined us, we've done quite a lot of Prison of Elders actually during the last few weeks, and I like the idea of doing some of these pinnacle activities. Oh, I've got 2 of these, so I can probably pick up 2 bounties as well. I had more reputation, some Motes of Light, and that's all I managed to get. So the inventory, this sigil's gone, so that could go. And I'll pick up 2 bounties from our friend here, Berg.
Checking what tower?
1, 2. I didn't see what money I've got. Maybe I need to purchase a few things just to get rid of. I'm very rich in here, so. Master Ives. Don't need to take any from him. Approach. Judgment Honor. Requires rank 3 reputation with House of Judgment. Acquire. So these are the rewards. Heavy ammunition synthesis, special ammunition and some materials. Okay. There's the sigil. Got it. Well, I'm nearly maxed out on the Glimmer, but you know what? I'll actually use some consumables. We have several things. Where are they? Inventory. I'll give us first of all Vanguard reputation booster. More Glimmer. Just a second. Ah, the Ultras, okay. Argonaut Rune. Blue Polyphage. And Ether Seeds. So I used all of these, fine. Yep, that's right. That looks like pretty good. And I'll sit here and wait for Zenith to get his bounties and sort everything out. Mind you, I could have looked at her bounties as well, couldn't I? Just forgot about that. But no space. So yeah, Venus, Majors and Ultras. Okay, that's fine. I'm sorted, I think, for the activity today. For the time being. Yep. We can proceed. I love that mask that you got. Really cool. Because generally when I don the mask on, I go down with my light levels, you know? Knocks me down by 50. Maybe it's the kind of mask that I've got. I'm not sure. I kind of like it better in the sequel. The masks can be donned at any time and there is no repercussions for the light level. Oh, it's a helmet, I see. Yeah, well, you know, we'll have chaff, the mod that I hate the most. I hate this chaff mod. Not my kind of thing. I hate it when there's no direction, so... Well, it's taking a bit of time to slot us in, but we are not going to be having any interruptions with the reset. The reset had been completed earlier in the day, and all is sorted for us to do anything, which is to be done on a weekly basis. So you've seen the new Prison of Elders, the new Sievers, the new everything, and that's pretty good. Last week we had interruptions due to Destiny 2 reset, but they were also doing maintenance of the servers, so we had no connectivity for a couple of hours.
Origin point is somewhere along the coast, near the Cosmodrome.
That's Rasputin, the AI Warmind. If I'm understanding it
Oh, there is now someone else joining us,
there are so few ballet
so that's good. Will be a three-piece.
We can't afford another Omnigul situation. Get in there, assess the threat, and aid Rasputin. A threat to the Warmind is a threat to the city as well.
Rasputin's dropping a warsat from orbit. It contains codes we'll need to gain access to his bunker.
Oh, no heavy ammunition. Should have thought about it earlier.
Sorry this is taking so long, but these sequences are incredibly complex.
Well, our friend is really energetic. The person who joined us there. So the random matchmaking, as you could see. But oh no 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 no! Nearly blew up in the face. That's terrible. Got the ogre. Got nearly impaled in there. Oh, what was this? Oh, it was a ship that killed me. Alright. I thought it was one of the exploding thralls. Thank you. Ship's gone. Okay. Oh, we're ready then to go there.
I've got access. Let's go.
I'm detecting comm signals deep in the vault.
I'll walk this time. I'll leave a sparrow behind.
If we don't shut it down, half the Cosmodrome
Imagine I
be
could
at
have
his
used my
front door.
sparrow in here, couldn't I? Who is whistling? Some creature that I could not see. Where is he? He was hiding sneakily in there. Exploiter shanks, they're also deadly.
I can try to
Mind you,
override
spicer
system
shanks are much
Rasputin's
worse than
reaction
these.
to a hack might be extreme. Must be some other way to bypass his systems.
Система взломана. Нанесен урон. Запущено планирование контрмер.
He's not happy.
You're through. That's all that matters right now.
It's Phasey Deadshot. Phasey Deadshot.
All that raw power. Someday we'll establish communications with the Warmind. Speak to it. Understand it. If we are ever to reach a second goal,
Ah,
with Rasputin at our side.
oh, what happened? Environment hazard. Oh, that's me looking arcade in there. No. Well. I wasted my ammunition because he was already dead. Thanks to my teammates, we are really effective and destroying the enemy with vigor, with speed. Oh, we need to go in there.
As a fellow inorganic life form, I just want to note that Rasputin has a much better setup than I do. He has a secret bunker with space weapons. I live in your backpack.
Oh well, I need to be changing my weapon as well. Where is it now? Garhorn.
That shank's been modified to crack his system. Let's take it out.
No more. No more ammunition. I nearly got killed by the exploding shank. Yeah, I thought this would work. But it actually didn't work. Yep, it worked. Thank you. Want to feel a bit more healthy now. Play a bit football now, look.
It's lucky that it managed to work as well as it did. Maybe it was the size.
Playing football with this
For a shank.
shank.
Would I be more useful with a larger chassis?
I like lamb shanks.
In any case, Guardian,
They're not the
that
ones
was
made of
the
metal.
work. The skies will remain free of weapons for the time being.
Come on, let's play football. Ah! No more. Unfortunately. Well, we'll just crack on with the receiver. You could see our friend was very trigger happy. 62, 16 medals. Well, nice and easy then. We had a discussion the other day on Reddit. And this discussion was concerning people who come in and then do raids and, you know, don't say that they're newbies. And the veterans come in and have some difficulties in carrying those members literally throughout. So it was an interesting discussion, and I'm in two minds about this. Sometimes I think the gamers need to be upfront about how experienced they are with Pinnacle activities, because for anyone who's in Destiny, you'll know that there are like 5-tier difficulties, and the Pinnacle is raids and nightfalls, and you know, one's got to have some experience of those in order to come in. If not, that needs to be stated literally up front. Makes it easier for everyone to know what to do. And I said many times I've done some raids with a team of 5 where I was the only newbie and everything was perfect, but the troubles occur if there are 2 veterans and 3 newbies or 4 newbies, and the newbies are not stated this in advance. So it's an interesting discussion. You can go to my Reddit and find all the threads and all the things which were said, and I always enjoy reading the comments and views coming in from people who were
So what you're saying
with the game
is
from the
it's
beginning.
time we return to the scene of the crime. I'm sure the Fallen will be happy to see us.
Well, I guess what I tried to say was that in that match we came across as newbies, but actually we are newbies. It was the other person who was really trigger happy, and he just went in for as many kills as possible. Yeah, we're not getting any new Seavers. It's all the same Seavers all the time. Guess why? Because we don't have that many strikes generally in Destiny 1. Ah, some business here to attend to. You see, this is weird, because primary weapon should be more powerful than that. They said the mod is biased towards primary, and my primary is not doing anything much. The shields in here are too strong. Right, I need to change my weapon as well. The old heavy from the last strike, that needs to change. Dark Drinker will do it better. And then this is settings. That's not it. Inventory. I'll just wait a moment with you've fusion rifle in here. Ah, still one more. Okay. My cloak is glowing so nicely. Not really used this cloak much. I picked it up for the first time the other day. The doors were shut on me, so I couldn't get through. Ah.
The splicers have a laser grid blocking the way. I should be able to disable it. In the meantime, do not touch the lasers and watch my back.
And I need to take my synth, right? Yeah, it's fine. You can do the ghost. Why is it so strong? That's ridiculous. These red bar knights are too strong, I'm afraid. Shouldn't be that strong.
halfway through, but we've got major hive reinforcements inbound.
This is glitched, Zenith. We're not getting many enemies at all. I don't know what's going on in here. How was I able to survive this? This is a true miracle, honestly. There just seem to be so many enemies around there. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's just crumbled, turned into ashes. Ah, don't go there. Excuse me. Oh, it's exploding through down there. Nearly blew up in the face. Oh, that's good. The grid's clear. It'll be interesting to see how many times I play this strike. Impossible to count, but quite a few times, let's say. Over the years. But I guess I'm nowhere near some of our other friends in the community who played Destiny for more than 10k hours. So mind you, I need to double check to see night time. Spend a lot of time on the menu as well, you know, when I do my introductions and news and when I talk, and that doesn't count really. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, we've definitely got Hive, and apparently they hold a grudge because they're mad, and I think they're letting the Fallen know it.
Last Guardian standing. Oh, come on, go away. These traps. Why is this trap not responding?
Why would the Splicers rebuild Sept? They already have Siva.
I can make a guess. Maybe an offer to the other devils. A show of power. You know, in Siva we trust, and in Siva all things are possible.
More ammunition here.
And show them that their god is nothing but metal and tech.
Yeah.
Sepix perfected, in all his glory.
Cowboy's gone in there. It's hiding. It's just behind you. Yeah, that silly thrall. That looks I'm sorted there. Where's the last one? Down here. No. Too close. Too close to the beast. Oh no, miscued. I wanted to ride that Sepix, which is what I needed to do. Sepix got really annoyed with me. Didn't like the idea. Several shanks in there. Unsuccessful. Thank you. Oh, I got... How annoying. I just managed to eliminate that captain. Thank you. You got it, yeah.
Nowhere for Sepix to run this time.
There we are. All done.
Sepix was the Splicer's next big play. Present a god for all to worship. Then control the flow of ether to control the house.
I guess they didn't factor us into the plan.
Any wrench we can throw in their works is a good thing. And Guardian, you make one hell of a wrench.
Some stuff to pick up in here. The Ishtar Dilemma. Class armor is full. Well, picked it up. Stay with my postmaster. But it looks a bit. It's drizzling outside yet again. Drizzly weather out here in our London suburbs. But it's warm. It's warm. Oh, I completed one bounty. Or maybe even two bounties, let's see. No, it's not there. It's progress. Vanguard is 60. Mind you, I'm going up the ladder without House of Judgment, level 4 now. That's quite formidable. I played quite a bit of a Crucible at one time. What's this? Oh, that's Cryptarchaeology. It's our Cryptarch.
Looks like a large-scale mobilization against a hive nest.
An army of Hive controlled by the Splicers would be the end.
If all of you just joined us, we are doing weekly Siva strikes here in Destiny 1. Zenith and myself, and then we have another person who's selected through the randoms. Gale and Sekapupu may well be joining us shortly when they finish their weekly tasks, so we'll be a full 3-piece.
Alright, there's a series of old missile silos near the bunker. I've got reports of Hive near that location.
Sounds like the place to be.
From my glimmer? Yeah. And remember, target anything that moves. Every kill gets us one less Splicer or Hive to be warped by Siva.
Noted.
Well, that resolved them all. No one survived. Babadama. Babadama.
I'm picking up several concentrated Siva nodes ahead.
What is that supposed to mean?
Splicers are using Siva to augment the silo's old defense protocols. They've got the inner doors sealed tight. If you want to get inside, you'll need to find and destroy those Siva nodes.
Yeah. Trying to get in the wrong way.
I pinpointed another Siva node.
Oh, I missed him. Mine. But then I did survive. Oh, loads of hive in here, loads of knights. Oh, there is a nasty wizard in there. Okay, so that's sorted.
Let's go get it.
need my ammunition. But I bought so many of Xur the other day, so I'm really sorted for several weeks ahead. I bought something like 100 cents. Because it's so big packs. That's the best bargain you can get in Destiny 1 from Xur. Okay.
That's the last node.
That's the last node.
Clear and hackable.
Push forward, Guardian.
Looks like the Hive aren't giving up on this territory without a fight.
Doesn't matter. Go through them.
New SIVA energy spikes below us. Multiple nodes, all powering another barrier. But I can't nail down their locations. The readings are too sporadic.
You know what to do, Guardian. Find those nodes, unload on them.
You know what to do, Guardian.
It's hard to get a clean reading down here. Keep moving. The closer we get to each node, the easier they are to map.
Yeah, I could do with some of that, actually.
Alright, still getting strong SIVA readings. There must be another node. Looks like the Splishers have taken this hatchery. The Hive bioorganic architecture is still intact, but there are microbursts of SIVA activity all around us.
Used to be the Fallen would attack for resources, for survival, revenge. To invade a hive nest like this? SIVA's changed though.
Come on. That was the nearly got me. It was just full of gas.
You're all that stands between the Splicer's High Priest and whatever mad science he's cooking up down there. End this.
That did it. No idea what those nodes were protecting, but the barrier's down. This doesn't look good.
Did you find the High Priest?
Not exactly. That ogre is... Well, that's disgusting.
A lot more.
No, I hate that ogre
The
and
High
that
is
priest.
removed from the field.
Splicer priest. Ah, he got me half out mid-air. Ah, that's annoying. It's trying to give him a nice spin, but it didn't really work. Ah, Olga got me. Watch out for the shanks. Got 2, 3. Two incoming, one behind the Olga. Yeah, you got it. Cool. One of them is chasing you. Oh, he went. How was I able to survive the Olga? Oh, he still lives. On 3 spins. Like, hardly any life left. It was literally less than 1%. Those 3 spins should have really done him.
What a mess. The High Priest wasn't looking to build a hive slave army. He was just removing their body parts to be joined with Siva.
Bioengineering's become the Splicer's main MO. We're lucky to have dropped their High Priest before he could perfect any of this madness, but it's gotta make you wonder. What other perversions are they planning?
What are the perversions that they're planning? Well, that's an open question. We'll never know. Baba Dana. Look at that. 22 medals. Did I complete any bounties? Let's see. Curious. Staying with us, our friend. Progress. 1 bounty completed. Well, I guess after this strike, the next strike, we can go back to either the tower or reef and do some admin.
The Vex still mourn the loss of the Nexus Mind. But for the Vex, time is relative. In one moment, a construct is lost. In the next, it is reborn. When a powerful part of the network is lost, the restorative mind is used. It has begun creating a bridge through time. A bridge that, if it is not destroyed, will see the Nexus mind reborn.
Baba Dama is sending us a friend request. Alright, Baba Dama, we'll accept, of course.
I'm detecting a series of concentric barriers around the bridge site.
They protect the time bridge and seek to undo what we have done.
There we are. Oh. Need to go to the echo chamber.
Unless I'm mistaken, barrier technology of this nature is unstable.
She's right. Find an arc source. You can use it to short out the barriers.
Ah. But yeah, he was invisible. He was invisible. Relic. I've got it. I've got the relic. You know what? I'll have a cup of tea. While our friends are battling it out, I'll be lazy. I'll be just having a cup of tea. I'm coming. I'm just joking.
Guardian down.
proven you're a threat. Be ready, Guardian. Their fear has turned to anger. Nexus Mind must have been a vital resource. The very appearance of the restorative mind means we have the Vex off
Apologies, I
balance.
switched my mic off.
Press the
Didn't realise.
advantage, Guardian.
Yes, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. That's not something I should have done. Should have changed it to Galahorn and then use the heavy
That's the
ammunition
side bridge.
from that
And the restorative mine.
chest.
That capacitor just lit up. You know what to do. That got its attention.
Still standing. Ah, got me. I couldn't really avoid the bullets. I'll respawn, that's alright, don't worry about it. He's strong. Loads of Galahorns. I put already about 8 Galahorn rockets in him. can't believe that he lived. That was fortunate with that bubble. That bubble really helps. That boss doesn't have more than... What? Why did I die? I didn't do anything. It respawned behind the thing. It looked like I was respawned behind the wall. Thank you.
I can sense the
Okay, that
river
worked.
coming. Its waters flow again, on their course. The Nexus mind is unmade, and the Vex are denied, a powerful construct. Very well done.
Alright, so let's go back to the tower, do a bit of admin, have a short break, and then we can carry on. $125 kills. Our friend was really definitely trigger happy. We need to do a bit of admin because I've got many perks unlocked. So let's see what I unlocked there. Well, I thought I did unlock something there. Boy, double down. Prime Zealot Greaves, and then in here hand cannon focus, rocket launch focus, hand cannon focus put on. Let's see how well this will work for us. Let's see. Anything else? Some engrams. Alright, we'll keep some of those that look legendary. We may get an exotic from them, so we're keeping. Cutting me out all the time. So much better in the sequel where you don't get any of this. Okay, we'll keep the engrams just for fun. See if anything will come out of them. Off to Master Rahul. compass. A nearing compass. Oh, it's legendary, okay. Arc resonance, increasing discipline. So, yes, I remember picking this up a little while back. Ready to assist. Not enough space. To just clear everything up in here. Wolf pelt leave. No use. And this one picked up, okay. Two weapons which are not particularly useful in there. Okay. That's all sorted. I'll just still got a few more to do there. Wait a minute, I want to open my reward box. Trying to think what to delete there that I don't really want to need. So let me see what we're getting in this mystery bag. Crawl of Creeps, that's good, I like that one. I like Crawl of Creeps, gives us a different respawn. Lasts about 2 hours, so I like that. So that was a bonus. Take some Vanguard bounties. Undefeated. That's probably it. Zen's doing a bit of admin too. I need to take a short break, 5-minute break, friends, and then we'll carry on. So everyone have a cup of tea, relax a bit, get a breath of fresh air or something, and then we'll have quite a bit more of our activities here in Destiny 1. So glad to see that so many of you are watching, and many people joined us today also, many members of our community, inclusive of some of the old founder members of the channel. So that's terrific. As you've seen, we've had plenty of community-based discussion, and then we engaged with lots of SIVA strikes, all of them completed successfully. We leveled up, we picked up some good loot, and I'm taking a break now for 5 minutes, and after that we'll carry on maybe with something else. Maybe we'll do Prison of Elders, or we'll do weekly story missions, or maybe we'll do our Nightfall strike. We'll see, we'll decide. Let's see if anybody else is available to join. Yes, Sekapupa probably will want to join us. Let me just see whether he is doing... Sekapupa is there, so I'll just invite Sekapupa. Sekapupa, do you want to join us? I'll send you an invite, and if you fancy, you can just come in. yeah, so I just need to take a short break of about 5 minutes, and then once I come back, we'll carry on with more activities here in Destiny 1. It will be our weekly tasks, so Nightfall or Prison of Elders or weekly story missions or anything else really. We'll you know, we'll decide when we come back. Have a cup of tea and have a short break. Alright my friends, I'm back. I had a short break, had a breath of fresh air, a snack, and I am fully ready now for us to crack on with some more. So let's see if anyone joined us. We have Zenith. Let's see. Sukapupu is doing his Kreuter raid with some friends, I think, so he won't be joining us. No worries. And Baba Dama will invite if he wants to join us. Let's see, where's Zenith? Zenith is there with Master Rahul. Let me see.
Vex encryption. Unbreakable. Sublex.
Baba Dama has joined us as well, so we'll be a three-piece. We can actually do our Nightfall Strike. Zenith, if you're there, can you hear me? We can do our Nightfall Strike. I'll just go and pick up my Nightfall Bounty, and then we can do it as our friend joined us, so we are three-piece, so that'll be good fun. It's always the best to complete the weekly Nightfall Strike on the first day after the reset, and then we can just do the replay a few times if need be. And I need to delete one bounty. Let me see which one I do not want to do today anymore. Mars Lieutenants. And then, where is it? Package, armor, weapons. Badger and strange coin. That's good. That's good. Sunrise bounty is the one we want. Got it. We'll go and see what we picked up, if anything. Actually, we've got that emote. And then here... there are some engrams to be decoded. Okay. Encrypted engram, Nox Astris, Mariah. Okay, these are not really good, so we can just swiftly delete all of these. Badger is the one we picked up. All these blues and low-level weapons, just forget about any of those. Just once you're 4400, you can do anything else and nice and easy. Just walk through legendaries and exotics. We're just waiting for Zenith to come back in. I think Zenith is probably tied up with something. And we'll go back there.
I'm instructed. Hi. Done.
Okay, so that we can get rid of. We don't need that Ishtadalana cloak.
Have a nice day.
Don't seem to be able to jump on doing it. We're just waiting for Zenith to come back. Our friend Baba Dana is probably wondering what's happening because I'm not having any comms. I'll just write him a message. Actually, so he knows what the score is. Oh, Gail's back as well. Hello Gail, how are you doing? Good to see you. How was the game there? You completed it? Completed some matches, have you? We have Zenith in there. We're just waiting for Zenith to come back in. We have Baba Dama also in the fire team with us. Gail's asking whether the stream will be ending. No, not just yet. I actually did start the stream today at 3 o'clock PM, so we have maybe extra 90 minutes or so, roughly. So we have a bit of time. I'm waiting for Zenith to come back in. I mean, he probably had been interrupted by something, and therefore he couldn't come back in. There, Zenith is ready. That's cool. We'll go up front here. We'll wait for Zenith to join us. Yes, in answer to Gail, we still are going to have about extra 90 minutes. I'll end it around 9 o'clock. So that's you know, all good. I'm just sort of adjusting the timing. Oh, Sekapu was leaving. He's saying bye. Have you finished your raids? Your Crota and Wrath of the Machine, have you? Did you have a team that you were doing it with today? Well, that's pretty good to hear. And thanks very much for popping and saying hello. Sekapupu says he's gonna go and sleep. Well, it's a few hours later in Finland. I think it's about 3 hours later than here. And Sekapupu says good night to everyone, and he's gonna be off to bed, as he indeed had been doing his raids, completed them. That's very good. Well, we'll come back again on another day. You know, come back tomorrow or so. Actually, tomorrow I probably will not be streaming at this time. We'll see. on Thursday maybe. Tomorrow afternoon I have some other activity. We'll see. And anyway, it may be later than usual. If I stream tomorrow, we'll see. Well, very good to see you joining us, and thanks very much for popping in, saying hello, and telling us about the thing related to what is it called, slow mode. I'll need to investigate that after the stream ends. And yeah, we can take a screenshot of, yeah, that's fine, screenshot of all three of us. I've got it, yeah. And now we can go to Nightfall. So if you just take us to the Nightfall strike, that'd be cool. There, Zenith is there. And Gail says she would like to join. Well, at the moment we are a three-piece, so we'll see whether Baba Dama is going to stay with us for something after the Nightfall. And if he doesn't stay, then I will bring you in, as always. So today, let's see, it is Exposure, Guardian Shields are increased but not replenish, Catapult, Grenade Recharge Rate is greatly increased, Airborne, deal more damage while in the air, Match Game, enemy shields resistant to unmatched damage, and Epic, heavily shielded regressive enemies appear in great numbers. So really, Catapult is important, Exposure, right? So shields are increased but they're not recharging too quick, and we have Airborne and Match Game, so that means enemy shields are resistant to all unmatched elemental damage. Alright, let's crack on. Let's see what our weekly Nightfall strike today really is. I'm curious to see which one. Gail says, no problem, all good. Yeah, it's fine, yeah, thanks. As I said, we brought in our new community member. He had joined us today, and he will be then maybe with us for a few matches or so. We'll see. If he drops out, then I'll bring you in straight away. So you can leave the stream on, and I'll let you know straight away as soon as the space is available. We've not been as busy as in the past since I resumed my broadcast, but sometimes Zenith, I think you can proceed because you're the team leader. It's not me, I think. Let me see. Yeah, Zenith is the team leader. Yeah, I tried to be as busy compared to some of our sessions in the past, and when I have quite a few people who want to join, I make like a rota for certain days, so it's like a mini waiting list. A three-piece coming in, so everyone has a section of the broadcast, usually about 2 hours of the actual gameplay, or 90 minutes, so depending on what the duration of the stream is. So everyone has a fair share of the space and online activity. There we are, we're cracking on, we are dipping in our weekly Nightfall strike. Hopefully will be completed within 30 minutes. We're hoping, so that we have a nice Sunless Bounty completed, and also what we do want is some really nice exotics.
Hive General with a lovely voice?
Ah,
she's back.
Omnigul strike this week. Well, that will be dodgy.
Undone her death? You make it sound like she pulled her knitting apart.
Eris would tell you not to make light of this.
That's why she's not here.
There's no telling what else might follow, Guardian. Destroy Omnigul and any lingering threats.
Destroy Omnigul and any lingering threats. I think we are likely to have lots of different exploding thralls. So Zenith, just make sure that these exploding thralls are not as deadly, because they'll come in large numbers and will be hit from behind, and so we just have to be very careful once we get to Omnigul. And then it says the Nightfall this week is bad. Yeah, I mean, there are some modifiers in there that are not particularly rosy for us, so we'll be battling it out. Well, it doesn't matter if we don't make it, we'll do it next time. no problem. We don't make the 30-minute curfew. Yeah, good job, I've seen that. I need to change my heavy. I need my dark drinker there instead. And then in here I'll just pick up some extra ammunition so you could see I've got plenty. In fact, there is another chest piece that will give me some extra ammunition. And maybe I'll choose that instead. Let me see which one this is. Solar recovery, solar armor, scrap rifle, that's not one. Weapon, hand cannon ammunition, it's not it. Hand cannon, increase discipline, sniper, void armor. What is it then? Spectre infinite maybe. Arc recovery, fusion rifle. Increase intellect.
Guardian down.
Doesn't matter. Oh wait, that's fine, I'll pick him up. One of those chest pieces has extra ammunition for my sword, and I was just trying to work out which one, but you know, didn't really didn't do it in time, so leave it for the next time. I'll pick up our friend Baba. Yeah, they're not taking more damage. Coming along. Tanks are very deadly. Oh, this is like a proper nightmare. Urgently, I need some extra ammunition. Which unable to... That's alright.
Guardian? You remind me of, well, Ikora in the Crucible days.
That was a lifetime ago.
I'm sure Shax hasn't forgotten. He still has trouble sitting.
Okay, so that's fine. What's this?
The Cosmodrome is turning into a breeding ground for Hive and Siva. It's like one big, disgusting petri dish.
Could do some extra ammunition in there. Oh, you're just behind me. Well. I got hit by two. Look at this. Gosh, so many sniper shanks behind us. A half dozen behind us. Didn't even see them, we just got hit. That wasn't too good. Someone needs to revive me, please, if possible. Res. Anyone to revive me? I'm revivable. Thank you. Thank you.
You're all warmed up. Let's find Omnigul.
Guardian down.
No. What's happened? Yeah, we want some heavy ammunition, okay. That's it. That's the spirit, this is what we wanted. Yeah, he came out of nowhere. Really. Well, this worked, that was good. We're actually doing well for 20 minutes. It's not bad considering the enemies and the difficulties experienced so far. Okay. Ghost.
Omnigul is back for a reason, and it's not just a yell, though she does seem fond of that. Finish her before it's too late. That is loud. Wow.
loads of enemies. That's tough. Olga, no. Nearly got stuck in there. Yeah, this was good because the other didn't see me, so I was able to hit him from behind. That's annoying. One of those nights must be. Yeah, it'll be only a few seconds. It's not a long wait. Well, Zenith, you said this knife was bad, but actually not too bad. If we have a 3-piece and we're all up to scratch, then the shields mod is the worst, as it makes it really difficult to eliminate certain enemies. So it was 16 minutes to resolve. I'll just keep my sword, and you guys can have Galahorn. Oh, I can hunt from behind. I'm all tethered. Very difficult to eliminate all of them. Very severe shields. Omnigul not taking up damage either. Olga's coming. Olga caught me. I tethered them all, but this tether didn't seem to cause much damage to any of them. Well, we have plenty of time, so we'll be okay. Loads of heavy ammunition there at the very end of this bridge. This Olga is a red bar Olga, but taking hardly any damage. I gave him tether, I gave him everything, and so finally, at long last, oops. Oh, the other one got me. Just 2 knights. Omnigul should be gone. She should have hardly any life left. Watch out for the knights to your left. A whole lot of them. 2 more. Thank you. Oh no. It was one, well, was it one of those exploding thralls that got me, you know? Omnigul's still alive. So strong, eh? Really good shields. Gallows, but oh, well done, well done.
There are no further traces of Hive energy.
Well, if she comes back, so will we. Look at us. Omnigal's neutralized and Eris didn't have to lift a finger.
You should tell her.
Trust me, she'd prefer to hear it from you. Come on back, Guardian. Good work.
This was taking time. But we completed it. We managed to complete the bounty, so that's fine. But I didn't get anything particularly useful. I managed to get 12 strange coins. 12 strange coins and a cloak. Hood of the Night Sun. Our friend departed. Okay, we'll bring in Gale, I think. Gale, do you want to come in? I don't see you there on the list, though. If you want to come in, we can bring you in for a little while whilst we're still live on air. If Gale's watching, just let me know whether you'd like to come in. Well, this Nightfall was very hard. There were many enemies in there, and we successfully completed it in 22 minutes. So we were way ahead of the curfew this time. Well, that's because our third member was a very experienced Destiny veteran. You could see that he was able to eliminate lots of enemies, and that really helped. I keep leveling up my armor, so my armor is not that strong compared to what I could be wearing in Nightfalls and top activities, but you know, I need to level it up, so I want to have lots of Masterwork stuff in the vault, and we can always resort to some of the very best in due course. Okay, so that's no good. Let me see this cloak. What's that cloak? Curious about a cloak that I picked up. I hope maybe an exotic, but no, it's not good. Vanguard Champion, Scout Rifle, Sidon Focus, Intellect and Discipline. It's nothing. It's just really boo. Where is that big smoke? Someone burning some. What's happening in the city? Major fire, smoke coming in from somewhere. Wonder what the reason for that is. Oh yeah, I need to go and level up with Lakshmi. So that's the next thing that I need to do. Yeah, another useless piece of equipment I just picked up. We need to delete that immediately. And just bear with me. I want to ask Gail if she wants to come in. Ask her on the app. Alright, so I'm sorted, and I think maybe, let me see if I completed any bounties at all. I did complete my Nightfall bounty, so didn't get anything. Legendary marks, reputation, nothing of substance really. But we got something else, another perk unlocked. Scar Rifle Ammunition perk. Prime Zealot. Ah, Last Hope. Increased agility. Boy Double Down. Okay, these are very good ones. Oh, Masterwork now, very good. Just when you need that ornament, need to double check. Oh, this one's also Vanguard Champion, look at that. Rocket launcher, hand cannon, increasing the upgrade rate, so that's good. That's definitely what we want to see, and we want to lock it. It's locked already. This one's locked already. That's good. So still on my and then will be sorted Arc Burn and Arc Armor. Well, not my favorite, but you know, we need to have it here, and we can use also Arc sometime. So in order to level up, still got some perks to unlock here. Just want to see something else, in fact. I noticed that my Gjallarhorn is not doing the rockets like I would like. So let me see. Boost the velocity, guys, penalty, smart drift control, okay. Fast speed reload. I do not see my Gjallarhorn fire 5 rockets at once, right? Maybe that's just something, well, I need to pay attention. But I've seen just like 1 rocket hitting the target, and I've seen the Gjallarhorn that Zenith has, which will be hitting the target with 5 rockets, so I don't know what's going on. Gil's asking, what are you going to be doing next? Maybe we can do Prisoner of Elders. I think Prisoner of Elders we could do, and we can do the challenge on top of it, and that's going to be then the last activity of the day. Elders as a 3-piece, yourself, Zenith and me, and you need to go to, actually Zenith, I think Gale will need to pick up a sigil from Varix, so we can go to Reef for her to pick up that sigil, and then we can crack on with Prisoner of Elders. It's going to be really good fun. And Prisoner of Elders is another top activity, and we can really polish up the stream with that. Still have about an hour, 60 minutes or so we can see whether we'll do anything in addition to that still. Just remembered I needed to increase my reputation with Lakshmi. So that would take me a split second. Future Warcult armor, I don't need. Future Warcult weapons. The Warpath, Strange Coin, Mode of Flight. What's this? Armor piece, okay. And I think we can just simply go to Orbit, then Reef, and then we'll do the Prisoner of Aldous. I think that's the plan. That's what he can do. Zenith is ready. Oh, Gale's there as well. You're able to get in there. That's very good. Excellent. Let's just stand on... Yeah, let's just take a screenshot of the three of us. Yeah. Hang on, let's go the other way. Like that. Yeah. And Zenith as well. Where's Zenith? Oh, he's gone to the vault. Okay. Oh, look at you. You're completely green. You're totally green. Amazing. Amazing. And then another one. I'll go there. Hang on, wait. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, that's it. So 2 hunters and 1 Titan. Let's just let's go to Reef. I think Gale will need that sigil. Or have you got the sigil bit yet? Gale, have you got the sigil? Or do you need to pick it up? You probably need to pick it up. We picked up ours right at the start today, just to have it for the rest of the week. Yeah, I thought so. Well, most people will do it. I mean, will need it unless there was, you know, agreement. And not many people do Prisoner of Aldous nowadays. That's the fact. It's a very enjoyable activity. In fact, the other day I've done Destiny 2 Strike that has Prisoner of Aldous. It's just like a miniature version. Don't know whether you guys have done it. In Destiny 2 The Strike that has Prisoner of Aldous, but it's not many rounds, it's just a few. And then also you get mines and you got a couple of bosses. It's very straightforward, it's very easy. I know hardest difficulty level. So what we'll do with Prisoner of Aldous, we'll do the rounds first, yeah, and then we'll do the challenge. Challenge, we need to strive, because precision shots will generate the greatest number of points, right? So just remember, Gale, when we go to the challenge, we aren't to hit the boss. The boss has to be left alone, right? That's for the challenge. And we need to be eliminating the ads with precision shots in order to get 30,000 points. I'll pick up some bounties from barracks, in fact. Some space, really. Completed quite a few already today. So, champion skill, points earned, and that shot. Taking a screenshot of the two of us in our act looks so cool, you'll see that. Let's see. Yeah, that's if you sit down as well, we're going to be 3-piece, that's going to be cool. The only thing is we're just too far apart, we need to be a bit closer to each other. No, that's not good, that's not good, not good. Yeah, everyone just closer to one another, because otherwise they won't come in the same shot. Everyone sit down. Yeah, that's perfect. That is just bang on. Really is. That's perfect. I'll take actually several screenshots from various sides. This is so cool. Like several frames. Oh, this is even better from the other side. Well, you see, I'll put all of that together. And then we can have one which is like a bird's view, and we got one which is a bit like ants view. Alright, I'm ready. Let's go. Let's crack on with Prisoner of Aldous. Excellent. Oh, it's looking so cool. Really good outfits as well. I'm not going anywhere. I'll sit down and I'll drink my tea whilst we are progressing to the House of Judgment. One of the favourite activities of many of our veterans. We did have quite a few participating live on there a little while back, 5 years ago, and it was one of the most popular activities. People loved eliminating the ads, and I guess if one becomes a veteran of Sivas and Nightfalls, then Prisoner of Felis is not that difficult. But if anyone comes in and is hang on, just want to see juggler, no ammunition drops for your quit weapon. So no ammunition drops. Super kills are worth more points. Okay. So it's melee and there's no extra ammunition. So name is your synths when you run out of ammunition on your secondary and the heavy, right? It's the synths that we need to be using. Yeah, let's crack on. See what I've got there on my dark drinker. No, the rounds, not the challenge. We'll do the rounds. We do the rounds first and then the challenge on top, because the rounds are always like a warm-up, you know? The rounds are always like a warm-up for the main thing. If that's alright with everyone, because I was thinking we'll do the rounds first. It's the other icon there on the ring and then the challenge. Yeah. It's always the best to warm up with the rounds, you know, and then the challenge comes as we all kind of warmed up with the activity, because the challenge is similar. It's just that we need to be a bit more precise, and that's the idea. You see, Zenith, I think the problem caused with the crashes is with me hosting. As you were the host, we didn't have a single crash. So that is what it is. I wanted us to try it, you know, a few days in a row to see, and it's definitely the ISP play games having 5G and 4G internet will have some issues as it stands today, and that's probably the reason. That's probably what's happening. So anytime you're in, we'll go through your game, yeah? And we're not gonna have any crashes, which really helps. The crashes are so annoying. I'll try to train my precision shots on the enemy as we do the rounds first, so...
Round 1. Taken reinforcements come.
This thing looks like a big ghost. Like a one big ghost, right? It's not even a servitor. Here they come. Just remember, if you try to hone your precision shots on these, and that will help then with the challenge. Ah, just gone. First wave.
Taken come for your night.
Second wave. second wave.
Servants of Oryx, approach! Want your night.
Oh no. Yeah, well done. My gun was reloading, that was the trouble.
Your victory.
Right, back to the airlock. Ah. Frozen in time. Didn't say how many precision shots we had.
Retreat to airlock.
Never mind, that was all of my, I think the vast majority were precision shots. For the bullseye, you know. Oh, you're invisible. That's really good. I'm very visible with my fluorescent cloak. So recharging is significantly reduced. It's the extra mod that's come in. It's called Trickle. So we are not able to recharge too quickly. I should say, if at all. For considering.
Servants of Oryx, approach! Want your night.
That's annoying.
Destroy mines or die.
Yeah, I need to destroy mines. Oh, come on, what's happening? Come on, where's the mine now?
Guardian, down.
Didn't manage to. Another mine, everyone. Another mine. Thank you. Where is it? Yeah, that was close shave. This was really.
You have done it.
Wave number 2. No,
They can come for your night.
Scorch Cannon.
Destroy mines or die. Your choice.
Ah, got killed again. Got fed up with my Magaloop. Thank you.
Success. You have done it. They are dead. You are not.
Frozen.
Need you back in airlock, Guardian.
Need you back in airlock, Guardian. Yeah, cup of tea, cup of tea. Biscuits! Definitely. Well, that green's a funky outfit. I've had some greens and yellows and reds, but I'm not that keen on this bright colour, so I'll not use it much. Can't go swim. Those maintenance works at the sports centre, and they said it may be lasting a few days. That's annoying. I really would have enjoyed a good swim after this session. It was a very, very good swim today. So I'm very, very happy with our activity. We had, you know, loads. Ah, no, nearly blew me up. Nearly, that was so close. Well, not really. Their shields are not that strong, actually. I thought they would be more severely shielded. Didn't see any taken there.
Taken reinforcements approach. Mines must be dismantled.
Mines.
Or dead.
Number 2. One is just behind you. Oh, look at that. Where's the third one? Oh, there. Okay.
Success.
Okay, that's success.
You have done it.
Good, 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 good. We're doing good, actually. And also we're quite fast.
Servants of Oryx, approach. Want your light. Dismantle mines, yes. Or
I forgot about 3 of coins. I should have taken 3 of coins a few times already, but I forgot about it. The last one.
success. You have done it.
Tortured wizard. Nearly tortured me. Three out of 3. Okay.
Well done.
We've done it really fast, you know, with the mines. That was pretty good.
Retreat to airlock.
Retreat to airlock. They die, you live, Guardian. Gotta spin, spin, spin.
Darkness taken approach. Impress me, yes. Fight and win.
Yes. Everything's gonna be burning. Come on. One troll trying to bite me. Didn't work.
Taken inbound. Intercept important target, or you die. Success, Guardian.
Oh, you got him. Okay.
Taken advance on your position. Important target, Guardian. Kill or be killed.
What? Spare me.
Success, Guardian.
Careful that one, just behind you can see him. Ammunition! I need some
Your
ammunition.
victory tells the tale.
I need to go back in. We need to go back in, back to airlock. You could see that the sword does the business. The sword really does the business in here.
Turn to airlock, Guardian.
But if you want to train yourself on precision shots, then it's a different story. Because it takes a lot longer with aiming. I need to take another three of coins. I keep forgetting this. I always keep forgetting this for some reason.
Final round awaits.
Glowing. We're both glowing actually. Well, all three of us.
The Ruins.
So it's the final round. Everyone needs to remember when we get to the chest, nobody should be opening the chest before all three of us are down there. Just in case if we get stuck. Oh, didn't release the triple spin. Don't know why he didn't. Should have done. A bit glitchy down there in that corner. Triple spin should have been immediately eliminated a whole lot of them. Thank you. And then ammunition. Alright. Ah, God. Zenith just lived. I was trying to revive Gale there behind the boss and it didn't work. Just run away and hide. Okay, Gale's alive. I am not. Thank you. He's gone. Okay, good.
They are dead.
There, we can go for the rewards. Just wait until everyone gets to the bottom, because then we can all nicely claim.
Need you back in airlock, Guardian.
Where am I? Gone the wrong way. No. Yeah, I've gone the wrong way. Okay. So once we get to the bottom, we all wait until we all a three-piece, and then
Taste victory.
we'll claim whatever goodies we get.
Reward awaits below, champion.
Okay, we're all there. That's cool. Alrighty. Crusader's Revenge. Nothing major. Some materials, some out to flight. Hang on, let me just take a screenshot. You want to go inside there? I'll take a screenshot of you in the chest. Probably won't be enough time. Okay, that's good. Now we can do the challenge. And the challenge, we just got to be aiming for the head. That's the thing. Ah, we got some nice treasure boxes as well, so that's nice, that's cool. Now the challenge, and that's gonna be for me the last activity of today. What a good session this was. Highly interactive, packed with community discussions, loads of action, the best possible, and no crashes. Well, there was one crash earlier for me, but since we've gone to Zenith to host, there have been no crashes. So that was pretty good. Did I level up? I don't think I did. Oh, I did actually. Masterworked my long tomorrow. No, not really. Scout rifle, arc, burn defense. Okay, for the challenge I will use my gunslinger. The rest is fine, I think. Just getting rid of some spares that we picked up. Yeah, all good. We can crack on. We can do the challenge of the elders. That's the one. Let's see the mods. The mods are Juggler, no ammunition drops, super kills are worth more points, Brawler. Hello. If they're worth more points, let's use our super then. You know, that should be helping us, I guess, with the super kills. Just use the best super you can for the kills. That will give us some extra points, and need to pay attention to this, because maybe, you know, when we failed, we were like, what, 300 or, well, it was about 3,000 short the other time. It's possible that we weren't using our super, but depending on what mods there were. I don't remember now what the mods were then. We should have been, well, one has to think of everything really, if one wants to succeed. So let's see whether we are going to be succeeding. For everyone watching, the way this works is we need to be getting 30,000 points. If we reach 30,000 or we go over, then we are getting very, very good rewards. If we don't, well, we just didn't meet the rewards, and that's it. I mean, didn't meet the threshold, and therefore you're not getting anything much. So let's see whether we'll be able to do that, right? Everyone doing a bit of admin, making sure that we are having the best gear. I'm not having the best gear. I'm still leveling up this, and Long Tomorrow needs to be still there. Let's see. Just double checking, there was one piece of armor that was giving me extra sword ammunition, so I can't remember which one that was. Alright there, let's just crack on, if we are all ready. Is everyone ready? And Gail says it could be in your postmaster. I think what I've done is I've probably placed it in a vault. I need to double check, because there's one piece in there, I think it's the boots, that will give me extra ammunition on the sword, and in some of the activities it's very useful because it increases from 81 by 20 to 101. If you use Dark Drink as much as me, then that's definitely very, very useful. You know, it's like really it makes a big difference in certain tackles, and I'll have to pay more attention to this. I mean, I'm really kind of very enthused and encouraged by the tutorial that Zenith was giving me recently on Destiny 2 armor, and I've got to really you know, like create several loadouts and several armor kits for different activities, and I'll know exactly what I'm using where. I still spent quite a bit of time masterworking my armor. I have lots of items in the vaults that need masterworking, so that's the task, that's the target really with all these grinds.
Do not fail, Guardian.
So it's all about precision shots and super. Okay, let's proceed with caution. Oh, you're all green. Look at this. You're both green. And I'm so red. I'm so red with that cloak, which is so transparent.
Servant of Oryx.
I hate him. Terrible boss. Oh, he's gonna get me. I'm not careful. So the boss needs to be left alone, and we need to be just hitting. No, don't shoot the boss. Just leave the boss as is. He's already too low. He needs to have the boss needs to be left alone. We just need to be doing the ads. He is already very low. Oh, that's too many of them. Too many of them popped up behind me. And I'm not using my sword in the challenge, you know, I'm just literally doing just precision shots, so... Thank you. Thank you. It's the boss. Okay. Any more enemies anywhere? Don't see any other enemies but the boss. Oh, nearly got busted in there. Oh, I got busted. Oh no. The boss was just gonna jump on me. Oh, thank you for this.
Guardian down.
I need to revive Zenith. Ah, we're not collecting that many points. We only 2800. Ah, got me. Some other sign got me. Yeah, it takes a very long time for me to aim, you know? That's the trouble. Some people are really so fast and I'm not. Just when I want to aim precisely, then it takes me a long while. Ah. The score's decreasing. Why is the score decreasing? Why?
Guardian down.
Enemies die. You live. Well done.
Well, we didn't really get that many points.
2.
Round 2.
Timestalker of the Vex. The Overmind Minotaur.
Yeah. Couldn't get out. Where's Zenith? I don't know. Oh man, I got. Oh no! We all died. It was tricky. There were lots of Vex. I was actually racing to revive Zenith, and I failed. I got surrounded by the Vex.
Timestalker of the Vex.
We'll spread out somewhat.
Overmind Minotaur.
Look at him. I hate him. That big milk spot. Oh, milk spots. Man, it's so hard. There's so many of them. Let's see what a super will generate something better. $62. Alright. Oh, he nearly got me again. Fusion rifle's better than the other. Why am I not going anywhere? Nearly got killed again. Their shields. Oh, he's got his stuff for me. God, he's got a soft spot for me. Look at this, just aiming at me all the time. Ah, you taken him. I was aiming for that milk spot. Come on.
Guardian down.
Looks like I'm going to be down on ammunition on my primary.
Guardian down.
Milk spots. I'll be out of ammunition, no. See that. This will do any better. Wish I could recharge my super faster and then be able to get better result there.
Guardian down.
Gail says that she needs to go soon. Well, this is going to be finished soon, so just give it a few more minutes, and then everything will be gone.
Guardian down.
Oh, I got killed with something. Don't know what happened in there. That's the why I died so fast. Thank you.
Your victory tells the tale. Need you back in Erlong.
It's one more round. And then we are done with Prisoner Founders. 12, 820. Unlikely that would meet the 30k.
Round 3. The wretched night, dark blade of the hive.
Alakul. Alakul. These wizards, look at that. We need to eliminate the wizards first, otherwise we'll be dead.
Guardian down. Guardian down.
We are not getting any enemies. I should be respawning. Okay.
Guardian down.
Close to the boss. Yeah, we'll respawn, save Zenith. It's so annoying. Don't see any enemies. Oh, I've got two wizards, the third one got me. Thank you. Well, we're doing alright, 20k, you know. I mean, if we had more enemies, then we'd definitely make it. Oh, that thingy got me. Wizard got me. I'm just about to use my super. I'm respawning in 2, 1. What a shame.
Enemies die. You live. Well done.
Well, we're about 7 7,200 short. 7,200 short, so not too bad, but still short. Well, we didn't get anything very rewarding. So let's go back to the tower and then let's wrap it up for today. I'm tired. We've had a lot of fun. Really good session. Loads of good activities. And we've had plenty of Sievas. We had one Nightfall Strike. We had Prisoner Felders and the challenge. So really, really good. Really a very, very good, enjoyable Destiny 1 reset Tuesday. And we'll do a bit of admin in there, and you know, we'll call it a day. So want to thank Zenith and Gale for joining us. It's been thoroughly enjoyable. I was sorry not to see Sekapupu also doing it live online together with us. He had some people doing raids with him, and I know that he's not been playing Destiny 1 for some time, so it was really a bit like a big comeback to the game today. And I'm sure that Sekapupu will pop in on another day and we'll be able to join forces, and Zenith and Gale will be meeting in live online with some activity, so that's really something I really look forward to. And hope everyone enjoyed the session. I definitely did. Actually, today I'm a bit tired, but I've been so energized by what I've seen, and so happy with the overall interactivity of our community. And deployment came in immediately as I began my broadcast. It was within 30 seconds, so that was really, really cool. And it's always great to see that our friends around the world are waiting for the stream to start and to talk to others. It's all about our community, and it's all about supporting others. It's all about, you know, helping those who are in the need, who are more vulnerable, like for instance the charitable fundraising I'm doing at the moment for Mind. Mind is a charity that helps people with mental health issues, and you know, trying to raise £1,000 for the charity, and look forward to seeing more donations and other contributions here. Let me see. I think Gail left. Gail said that she had to go and she was in a bit of a hurry. All good. Well, thanks very much for joining us, and thank you for being our very valued, very dedicated community member. Always appreciated.
Guardian, hunters always have something.
Getting quite a variety of different items in there. None of them are particularly useful, so... what's this? Bogota. Alright. Bogota. Can't believe that I picked up the Hood of the Night Sun as a reward. There's just really nothing much in it. It's to double check whether I've got this compass in. I know that I think I've got this compass on my Titan or Warlock. I'm not sure whether I would have it here with my okay, the Warpath will double check. I want to see what perks it has. Heavy payload cluster bomb. Yeah, that's actually quite good. I liked using Warpath in the old days. So we'll lock it. These weapons we'll get rid of. Alright, that's about it really, as far as the admin is concerned. I'll do very quickly some clear up of the postmasters. Prisoner Felders always gives you a lot of loot, so... Not enough space for it all, okay. What have I got on my heavies there? Something wicked. No, that's not quite right. Armor. Okay. So I got these sorted, so hopefully I'll be able to see whether we can do a bit more.
Disruption resolved. Confirmed.
Some extra bits of kit which are no longer necessary, of no benefit to anyone. And Gail says, goodbye everyone, have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much, Gail. Thank you for coming, thank you for being our valued community member, thank you for participating here live online with Prison of Elders. Really always great to see you with us, and always feel free to come in and talk. And our community is all about connectivity and communication, and we always have something to do and always something to talk about. So thank you, and likewise I wish you a very, very good evening, or indeed the rest of the day. It's quite late here already, it's already 9:20, but I think where you are is about, what is it, 3:20, so mid-afternoon. And I'll go for a stroll. I have something to eat, and that's going to be the rest of my night, and I'll go to bed early. I'm very tired today, so I got up very early, and we'll make it really of a regular occurrence for everyone to, well, for myself first of all, to get up early and do everything earlier than usual. So that's the plan, but I need to sort of adjust my biological clock as well to that, and that's going to take me a few days. Right, so anything else I can clear in here? I don't think there is. These weapons will need to be resolved one way or the other. Scout rifle badge. We'll have a look at that some other time. Alright, so that's all sorted. Well, we've come to the end of our broadcast, so thank you all for watching. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for being our valued community members, viewers and participants. A big thank you to Deployman, Sekapupu, Gale and Zenith for participating live on air and providing us with some food for thought. Also with a lot of entertainment in different activities here within this Destiny universe. With Zenith we've done today Siva's Nightfall and then Prison of Elders, for which Gail also joined us. So it was a very, very good community-based session of Destiny 1. That's all for today. So thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting the channel. Remember to support our charity that presently I'm running the charitable fundraising for, and that's Mind Charity based in the UK, a charity that helps people with mental health issues. And please do donate as much or as little as you can. It will really be of a tremendous value to the charity, and everyone who is their service user will be greatly appreciating it. So thank you for that. Thank you for supporting the channel. I shall see you all soon. Tomorrow we probably are not going to have the stream in the mid-afternoon. There are some things I will be doing at around 2 or 3 o'clock PM, so I'll have to see whether I do it earlier or later in the day. And there will be something in any case tomorrow from the Abby Miller Gaming Dialogue channel. So watch this space for further information. Otherwise we'll carry on as usual on Thursday, and I wish you all a very good night and take care.